Warm welcome from my side. Yeah, we are back. It was not so long time ago this time, since we saw each other last. It was in the fall, 6 months ago, right? So now the pandemic is over officially. So we can see each other again, you know. We can see each other's faces again, which is pretty cool. Before we start, thank you for that, because I know there is Wi-Fi everywhere and there's good reception, but I would appreciate it if you put your smartphone on flight mode, because you won't get distracted by anything, and me neither. So that would help. And actually, it's more healthy, you know, not being exposed all the time to these electromagnetic fields, which is very controversial, what I'm telling right now, because during the next 4 hours, I will tell you that electromagnetic fields are good for you. So what's the difference between a mobile phone and what we are doing? Well, you're going to figure it out when you leave tonight, you know? And we took the opportunity to not only address pulsed electromagnetic field, the benefits, how it works. We will do that later on, because we have a lot of people coming into our day-to-day who never heard about that. And that's why I said, let's take the opportunity to talk about other things, mainly addressed to people who are already affiliated with Swiss Bionic Solutions, people who are reps, referring our systems to their environment, people who are using the system already and are probably and hopefully interested in new trends, what's going on in the world of holistic health, which I'm working now almost 30 years. By the way, for the people who know me, they know my story from my past, because I was a cancer patient at the age of 26. And I'm going to celebrate this year my 30th anniversary of being cancer-free. Just to let you know. Which probably happened because I'm doing what I'm doing. When you talk about health for almost 30 years, you deal a lot with health, but you also deal a lot with disease. Because most people utilizing our system, they do that for a reason. Mostly not to prevent or to use it, you know, as a precaution, not becoming ill. Most of our users worldwide, they are utilizing our PEMF devices because they have issues, health issues. And usually not easy and simple health issues. Usually they have health issues where they didn't find help during their journey through classical medicine and whatsoever. So at the end, you always try something new, which we belong to, and something which is out of the range of classical medicine. That's quite a normal reaction. I can tell you this, because I did the same when I had my cancer, and on my recovery, I was also just trying to help myself. Not only with any kind of treatments which were not available in the classical medicine, but also helping myself mentally to overcome this. Because as a cancer patient, when you went through the whole protocols in the classical medicine, they're going to let you go home and they don't care about you anymore. Well, at least every 6 to 9 months, depending on how they screen you, you have to come in again and do maybe an MRI, do your blood work to check your tumor markers, but more or less that's it. But at the end, nobody cares. So I decided for myself, I try to take care of myself on top of what healthcare did to me. And that led me to what I'm doing since almost 30 years. Traveling the world, developing systems out of energy medicine, always looking for new trends, for new ideas to improve the technology, to just optimize protocols with with the idea not to get bored, because you know when you do the same thing over a long period, over decades, there are certain days you get really bored, and then you have to kick yourself, you know, and look for something new in order to keep yourself interested in what you are doing. I mean, I did about 2,500, 3,000 lectures, you know, hearing myself all the time talking the same thing becomes pretty boring over time. Even Veronica, my wife, she said, I must hear you again tonight. But I try even to make my wife happy by just switching my lectures, you know, implementing new slides, and just to make it also a little bit more pleasant for her, that she doesn't get bored of me, which hopefully she will not. But you know what I mean. You know, it's really not so easy. On the other hand, this technology which we you know invented and which we are still improving. You know, we have the 8th generation now of devices, which we developed ourselves since about 26 years ago. That you know that keeps you going, and there is always something new. And we all went through a global joke. Call it as you want. That's my personal opinion, and I have no problem if I get videotaped today, because that's my opinion. And that changed the world profoundly. Not only in the way that people could not travel anymore, they took away our freedom, which is pretty disgusting, you know. But also, you know, and we can feel that because we travel a lot all over the world. And there is one thing people have in common right now. Most of the people are not happy anymore. They are angry. They are desperate. You know, they are just, you know, so limited in their actions. Not because they don't like to do something, but the whole thing, what happened to us during the last 3 years, yeah, it left something, you know, and it probably takes a long time to overcome this, and we will probably never be the same people than before, because so many things happen, you know, and it's pretty sad on one hand. On the other hand, we have our faith in our hands, and at least the people who are here, you know, who are also looking outside the box, because here are not the healthcare professionals in this room, you know, who are doing surgeries every day. Here are the people who are thinking outside the box, who want to listen to outside the box things, who are seeking answers more from a different perspective. And when I look back, we were the ones who brought PEMF to North America. It happened in the year 2006. And it started in Canada. I did my first ever certification course 2006 in Niagara Falls. You know, so we talk about 17 years ago. And at that time, people were sitting in the audience and they had no clue what I was talking about. Probably also because my English was so bad. You know, I said, what the heck is he talking, this German guy? You know, but the development of PEMF in North America started quite late comparing to a lot of other countries in Europe, in the western, in the eastern part, even in Southeast Asia, you know, because they always had a little bit of a different approach to medicine. And but we are here since 17 years. We have hundreds of thousands of users in North America. And we have also representatives who accompany us, yeah, some of them even since day one. And that tells us that we don't do anything wrong, you know. People approach me, and this is probably what keeps me going, you know, to hear the stories, the feedback from all the users who greatly benefited from this technology. No matter if it's a system from us or from one of our friendly competitors, it doesn't matter, you know. A PEMF system in a household is a PEMF system in a household. And for me, what's for me important, I wanna further drive energy medicine to become more mainstream, because energy medicine is cool and is powerful. You know, the problem we are facing nowadays is that the classical medical people, they have no clue about energy medicine, but not because they are stupid. It's because energy medicine is not taught in universities. So where should they get the knowledge, the wisdom, the experience? We know much more about energy medicine than every medical doctor. Most of the medical doctors know energy medicine from an MRI because they use it on a daily basis, or they tell the people to use it on a daily basis because it makes nice pictures from us. You have immediate evidence, you can see something, you know. But what the doctors mostly don't know, that they also work with pulsed electromagnetic fields, because an MRI is based on PEMF technology. You know, it's just for a different cause. Because with an MRI, you do not treat, you diagnose. But the technology is energy medicine. So is ultrasound. So is electrical medicine, stimulating muscles, you know. This is all energy medicine. But like I said, most of the people are not aware of the fact how powerful energy medicine can be. Because energy medicine has always something mystic, something diffuse. You know, if somebody talks about energy, it's like, oh, energy. You know, they have this picture of people standing somewhere on the rock in front of the Pacific Ocean at 7 o'clock in the evening and doing and then, you know, I feel the energy. This is has nothing to do with energy medicine. Energy medicine is applied physics. By the way, I'm not against this. You know what so don't get me wrong. It's pretty cool, you know, and there's a lot of things in it. Because it's energy. You know? Even if I talk to you tonight, and hopefully you have a good response, you know, that's energy. Because I send you frequencies, and hopefully you resonate with it and give me good feedback. You know, and if I can please you and you go out of this door happy, then I created something. And we have to be aware, you know, the whole life is energy. You know these people when they go out of the door like this. Do you know whom they attract? Exactly the same people. They will follow them. They all go in one row. You know? Versus the happy people. The people who still have faith, who still have hope, you know, they will attract exactly these people. It's your choice. You know, we were just talking with a couple people here, you know, suffering from whatsoever. It's your choice how you deal with it. You know, you can see yourself as a victim of what you have. Well, then you will be surrounded by victims. Right? And my father taught me this because I was diagnosed with Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma at the age of 26. And I was desperate because that's not the age you want to get this message. Think about something different, you know. And of course I asked my parents, I'm going to survive this, because I didn't know anything about medicine at that time. You know, I was into sports. I was a hockey player. I wanted to play hockey. I wanted to go parties. I wanted to date girls whatsoever, but not a cancer, you know. And my father said, you have two animals inside you. You have the animal which is trying to eat you, and there's the other animal which will talk to you and give you hope. And give you faith, and give you motivation, you know? And he said, there is only one animal surviving inside yourself, and it's the one you feed. You know, and this is how it works. You know, the wolf you feed is gonna survive. Probably that's why my name is Wolfgang. I don't know. Huh? So of course, when we have a crisis, no matter if it's a health crisis or a relationship crisis, you know, it all depends which animal inside us we're gonna feed, because that will determine the outcome. So whenever you face challenge, you know, think about this and make a decision for which animal you're gonna buy the food. And I promise you, if you make the right decision, it will go in this direction, you know? So the whole day until, I don't know, 12 o'clock in the night, no joking, will be, I would like to start my official presentation with something new. Because most of you work in the complementary and alternative health field in different directions, with different modalities, with different technologies, you know. But we have one thing we have in common. We all would like to know what's trendy, what's coming next, you know. And I thought I gonna start my appearance here in Vancouver, because you guys are, comparing to other cities, much more health conscious and also much more educated about the basics, which is which I can hi there, which I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, because like I said, when you do lectures in all kinds of cities and countries, you know where people get it and where you have to play the preacher on and on and on, you know. But Vancouver is a pretty cool place, you know. For us, it's also a cool place because in Vancouver it's easy to find good food. You're laughing, but you know, in Toronto it's not easy to find good food. You know, believe me. Good in the meaning of healthy, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, you know. But we talk about that later if you wish. Good is relative. Anyway, you know, there is a new mega trend coming up. And we see the signs, we hear the signs, we read the signs. And we did it already about 1.5 years ago. And there was an idea coming up. We have a huge problem with our business, I tell you. Our biggest problem in the business, what we are doing, is that we have a product which is not consumable. So you know, you sell a system to a user, and then for the next 10, 15 years, that's it. Right? So practically, we start every first of the month always from zero, because we have to find new customers. And also our reps, you know, our representatives, because our system is built to last, and it has not even maintenance. So if you treat it well, you know, my first system I bought, I did it after I left the hospital with my last treatment, my last chemotherapy from cancer. I bought it in 1994. Because I got diagnosed 1993 in I think it was April, yeah, like I said, 30th anniversary. And about 6 months later, I bought my first system, which was more or less the first PEMF system which was introduced for home use in the world, because it didn't exist before. It happened in Austria, and this system is still in our office in Switzerland, and it still works. Not good for business. I'm very honest to you, you know. but that's a problem, you know. And so I was always looking for possibilities how we could add a product to our portfolio which fits in the portfolio, which fits into our philosophy, what we are doing, and which is something new and cool and makes sense for the people who already own our technology, for the people who approached me and said, can you not come up with something so that we can, you know, make a living on a constant basis out of that? Yeah, we can be honest. I mean, that's what it is, you know. You know how it was with COVID. I don't have to tell you, you know, we were suffering too. I can tell you, usually the lead time from when we order parts for our products until we could ship it to you, before COVID, it was between 6 and 9 months. So we had to predict, you know, how many units we're going to sell in 6 to 9 months in order to stay on top of the supply chain. Nowadays, 24 to 36 months. So I have to predict now how many units I'm going to sell in 2026 and have to pre-order everything. Pretty cool, huh? So the problem is, if I order too less, and you're gonna rock, you tell me, now I have the chance to sell it and you cannot provide goods to me. If I sell too much, if I order too much and we sell too less, I probably go out of business, right? So I just want to share with you the difficulties from a corporate perspective, which we are facing right now. I think we did the right decision when the pandemic kicked in, because we ordered a lot. Because we were really afraid that we cannot provide PEMF systems to people, and that will definitely kick us out of business. Now we have pretty full warehouses, but we already have shortages on certain parts again. So this pandemic is not over yet. It is over when it comes that we can see each other again, and that we can travel again, and that we can move freely again. But when it comes to the whole corporate stuff behind the scenes, it's not over, you know. The manufacturing costs of a PEMF device ×4 now, comparing to pre-COVID. I cannot ask this money from you, because we will not sell them anymore, because nobody will buy them. So we have to find a way to make it through. You know, thank God we are in business since almost 3 decades. So we got some reserve, you know, because I was always cautious. But it's not a lot of fun to make business right now. Just tell you, you know, and it's not easy. And I really want to honestly share this with you, because I know you more or less face the same issues than us, you know. And we all have to find a way to make it through this. And our superheroes from the governments and the politicians, they have no clue about this, what we are talking, you know. They don't understand what problems the people really have. Because they are too far away from us, you know. It's just no connection anymore. Makes it even worse. But that's another lecture, probably with not such a amazing or amusing outcome. So let's skip that. But like I said, there is a new trend, and this new trend, it's okay. 10 Canadian. All paid. This new trend is called personalized health. It's 2 words, but there's a lot behind it, you know. And I heard from this trend about 1.5 years ago that a lot of universities are starting to work on this. The basic idea is the global healthcare systems are, I don't want to use the F word, but you know what I'm talking about. You know? It's just over. The whole system is collapsing. And we face it already. Go in the hospitals, go in the emergency rooms, you know how it looks like. Talk to the staff there, how much they like their work, you know, and how people appreciate their work. You know what I mean? So then we look about the costs of treatments, the costs of equipment. Everything just is skyrocketing, you know, and somebody has to pay the bill. And at the end, it's always us. The insurance goes up and so on, you know, and then, you know, we are straightforward developing a three-class system. You know, the people who have still a lot of money, they get the best treatments. You know, the people who have a little bit of money, they still get the basics. And the people who cannot afford healthcare anymore, well, go to die. This is practically how it is nowadays. And you know, this is horrible. And even the people who run the classical medical systems, they figured it out that it cannot go on like this anymore. And the next thing is, when you suffer from a disease, like me, you know, I'm 26, I get diagnosed with a Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So you go to a specialist, they have a protocol for you, right? Based on studies, based on what they were taught in university, what they have to do with you when this diagnosis. So you run through MRI, bone scintigram, surgery, and then, you know, there is a specific chemotherapy which is designed to treat that disease. And once they are done, hasta la vista, you can go. And nobody cares about you. They just care about the protocol. But nobody is looking at you as a human being, as a whole. You know, and personalized health is a trend, is a mega trend that has the aim to change this. Because personalized health means before we offer you a treatment, before we tell you what's wrong with you, we would like to know more about you in depth to be able to customize a specific treatment for you, which at the end, and you know, these people figured that out, will be much more cost effective, and it will create better results. So personalized health is when you're already ill, to design a specific treatment, a specific protocol based on who you are. This is very important, who you are. I will tell you later on how we can figure out who you are, but there are technologies out, pretty amazing, with what it's possible already. But you know, personalized health will take care about you and not about non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or COVID or whatsoever. Your whole story, what might be good for you, what you might not tolerate, and so on and so on. Yeah? This is personalized health. And in my opinion, it's a megatrend because it fulfills all the properties of a megatrend. A megatrend creates profound change, affects many areas of life, is a worldwide phenomenon, and has a very complex development. You know, and there is one movement already pretty much out there and discussed even in the press. And this is what I found here in this little press release. What if everyone's nutrition was personalized? That's a quite interesting question. Who is taking supplements? Be honest. Okay, who is not taking supplements? Okay, at least one, cool, okay. Which reflects, by the way, the numbers. 4 out of 5 people in North America take supplements. Here in this room even more, you know. If you don't feel comfortable anymore, let me know. We organize some supplements for you, it's no problem. But okay, the next question is, what are you taking? It's actually crap. You don't have to defend yourself. Vitamin D. Yes. Okay, so ask yourself this question. You don't have to answer it to me right now, you know. But I want to provocate you a little bit, of course, because we wanna get into that, because this is actually the direction in which I was investigating a little bit further, and I said there must be something how we could personalize nutrition, because that would be so cool, because everybody's taking it and nobody knows for what, and if it's good, if you can absorb it, or if you just in and out, you know, just composing $200 a month just for, yeah, right? Yeah, I know you don't do that because you have a special protocol for sure. Somebody told you have to take this because this is the #1 in the world, and I show you the study for that, you know. But this is a cool approach, and it's a cool idea, you know, to tell you exactly what you need and how much you need. So this is the idea. Why personalization? Because each of us is unique. I told you, it's about you. It's about the uniqueness of your DNA. It's you know? And this is what you hear since you are on this planet. Your risk of heart attack is elevated, you have to take this medication. Because somebody made a test or a blood work with you and said, this trigger is elevated, so you are, or your blood pressure is 140 to 90, and you should have 120 to 80, so now we put you on medication to lower your blood pressure. This is who made these numbers. You know, it's very interesting. In the United States, in North America, I'm not sure about Canada, but in the United States, they lowered the benchmark, the official classical medical benchmark for blood pressure, from 140 to 90 to 120 to 80. And overnight, 120 million people were suffering from high blood pressure. This is how you make customers, you know? And I always think, why I'm so stupid? Why I'm gonna make units which last 15 years? I can shoot myself, you know what I mean? This is how they did it, and it's not a joke. You can read about it. So this is the truth. Who invented that? Who tells you that your blood pressure is too high with 140 to 90? We all know that's individual. You cannot just say everybody who is over 140 to 90 or 120 to 80 is sick. But that's what they are doing. Because they have a reason to put you on medication. You know, and that's reality. You must eat this. You know what happened when I left the hospital after my cancer, my last chemotherapy? People were jumping on me. Because everybody knew that I was suffering from cancer. They came to me. I know somebody, you have to go to this doctor. I know a shaman, you have to go to this. He makes the ritual with you. And he gives you this tea from Mexico, which only grows there. You know, all that stuff. And you are desperate, you're open to all of this. So you start eating and drinking all that stuff, which creates diarrhea, and you lose track of whether it's gonna help you or not. Just because of lack of education And just trying to trust other people based on whatsoever. You know? The real idea behind personalized health is not to trust people anymore. Trust yourself. So how are we going to do that? By the way, I found this at grandviewresearch.com, a pretty reliable website. They are publishing all kinds of numbers when it comes to statistics. The supplement market size in 2020 worldwide was $163 billion. That's huge, right? Most of it goes in here and goes out there. Maybe this is the solution for the climate change. It's quite a lot. Don't take vitamins. At least don't take vitamins, but you don't know if they're good for you or not, right? But it's a huge market, you know, and it's increasing. Go to a drugstore. You know, the shelves are full. And people just, vitamin C, okay, I buy it. And I usually take it 2 times and then it disappears in the kitchen somewhere. And then it comes out, you say, it's December 2006. Okay, maybe I should not use it anymore. Yeah, it's funny, but it's it's exactly what happens, right? Everybody has 2006 at home when it comes to supplements and medication. So, my questions to you are, how do you know which supplements you really need? How do you know how much you need? How do you know whether your body can tolerate them? How do you know whether you can absorb them? And how do you know whether they might even harm you? Believe it or not, supplements are not always good for you. You know, there are supplements, you just can't take them, and they create something negative. And it is incredible how the supplement business is dealing in a very responseless way with their clients. Because they offer the same thing for everybody. Whether you are young, old, lighter, heavier, healthy, already ill, acute or chronic, you know, they all tell you you have to take vitamin C. And the best dose is, I don't know, 800 milligrams per day or whatsoever. Where do they get this information from? Probably somebody told them or whatsoever. But the problem is, it's not made for you. The solution is here. We need to find out what you need, and we need to provide exactly what you need. And this answer can be found in your genes, in your DNA. There is the answer. Because the DNA is you. It's unique. Usually, if we not talk about twins, or more than twins, even they have not exactly the 100% same DNA. You know, everybody of us is unique on this planet. And this uniqueness is reflected by our genes, by our DNA. So, if we would like to customize something for you, maybe it would be a cool idea to look into your genes and see how your genes are expressed. How is the genes, the gene, or it's not only one, but how are the roughly 250 genes inside you which react on nutrition? You know, what does the gene responsible for caffeine, you know, which is in coffee? You know, believe me, coffee is something which can be really powerful for people who have the genetic expression for that. But it can be really harmful for people who cannot take it because of their DNA. So this is something which can be found in your blueprint, in your DNA. So the idea we are working on, and we are pretty far, is to provide nutrients to people based on their genetic profile. And there's one term which is always flying around, which nobody knows exactly so what it is, epigenetics. Maybe you heard about that. If you read 5 definitions, that happened to me, I read it 5 times, and I still couldn't figure it out. So I tried to put it in really simple terms so that everybody gets it. It's not scientific, the definition, but I think it's in a way so that everybody in the audience will get it. The term epigenetics is composed of the words genetics and epigenesis, which means the development of a living being. The development of a living being. Epigenetics is considered the link between environmental influences and genes. So epigenetics is not genetics. You know? It helps to determine under which circumstances which gene is switched on and when it becomes silent again. So epigenetics deals with the possibility of controlling genetic reaction. Let's say it like that. And one of that control possibility is nutrition. Because with proper nutrition, you can suppress or activate genes. You know? Vice versa, if you introduce vitamin C to the respective gene, and the gene is pretty receptive for that, it will create a positive effect to distribute it inside your body, to let it go. On the other hand, if this gene is suppressed or is not responsive, you can take as much as vitamin C you want, nothing will happen. So this is basically roughly the idea. This is pretty cool, huh? So what we're gonna do is, the concept is, we offer people to do a certified genetic test, a gene analysis. This can be anonymous. This will be done in a controlled environment, certified environment. We found a partner, and now listen, this partner is in Austria. It's an Austrian laboratory. It's certified by the Austrian government. It did all the COVID tests, this laboratory, most of the COVID tests for the entire nation of Austria, about 55,000 tests per day. So it's a pretty cool lab, it's pretty big. And it is ISO 9001 certified, it's ISO 22201 certified, which is a certification for creating food and supplements in a laboratory environment, and so on and so on. So it's a certified institution, a credible institution. And this is the only laboratory in the world right now which is able to do genetic testing very quickly with a very, very comprehensive report. Every client will get a report of about 235 pages, just for the nutritional genetic expression. So that, it's pretty cool. And you will really, you get a picture of your genetic system when it comes to how it reacts to nutrition. You know, and based on that result, we developed specific micronutrients, and we can mix them for every single customer. Unique. Every mixture is personalized. On each package is the name of the person. And on the back side is the label with exactly what's inside. And no label is the same than the other. And then we suddenly have supplements who are for you. I believe this is an unbelievable business opportunity for all of us. Because there are companies, they try to do it with online business. Forget it, my opinion, because such a complex concept needs education. It needs personal exchange between the person who would like to have it and the person who is able to offer it. My opinion, because I'm in direct selling since 30 years now. And we can sell our systems only through direct selling, because there is no other concept which allows us to transfer the education, the motivation, and also the knowledge to utilize our technology. And this is, it's just that's a no-brainer for direct selling, I tell you. And we create the formula of micronutrients that correspond 100% to your genetic profile. And then supply your formula with an intake recommendation, which is quite simple. You just get a little spoon, and I said, this spoon needs to be filled, and then you take it. Very simple. One product. Everything inside for what you need. So this is the background. So I told you, I tell you now where we are. Because I was really thinking, shall I tell you this today? Because usually you tell this when you have the product ready. And I said, from tomorrow you can order. We are not at that point. We have the product ready. We have the genetic test ready. We have the report ready. What we do not have ready is we have to file the compliance with Health Canada, which we do. It has to be all official. We don't want to do anything under the radar. You know, I know they will look at us and said, that's not defined in our regulation. Because there was never a health product which was manufactured only for one customer. I'm looking forward to this discussion with them. Because it's exactly what it is, you know? Because usually they say, you have to label the ingredients, what's inside, and the amount of what's inside of each ingredient. Well, you say, yeah, we will do that, but we don't know, because every mixture is tailored. So that's going to be fun. But we take that fun, we take it on us, and we will do that. Just for your information, we already have a capacity to test about 200 nutritional genes at a time for about 200,000 customers per month. That's a pretty good start, right? That works already. It's established and in place. You know, all the lab processes are fully automated to guarantee high speed, capacity, and accuracy. And we can test up to 250 medically and lifestyle relevant genetic variations with unprecedented speed and accuracy. It's the largest portfolio of genetic testing for lifestyle purposes in the world. No other laboratory has this. And the reports are also ready. And it's a business idea which goes further and further, because you know some about the speed, you know. Usually you wait, maybe you know 23andMe, you heard about that? The genetic test, 23andMe, which is an American company. They tell you your ancestry, where you come from, 5% German, 3% Finnish, whatsoever. They charge you, I think, $250 for that. And you know what was the real background of it? It was, by the way, it's run by Serge Brin's wife. Serge Brin's ex-wife, now ex-wife. One of the Google founders. Yeah, she runs the company. And you know what they did? They collected all the gene tests, and now they finally sold it for $3.5 billion to the pharmaceutical industry. The data. You know, that was the purpose of it. It's good data. A lot of DNA profiles. It's good data. That's also an issue we deal. Data protection. You know, we are discussing this really in detail to make sure that we come out with a transparent system, or even with letting you the choice, what do you want to do with this? Because we actually need the DNA profile only for the nutritional genes. You know, and then once it's done, it's done. And then you are recorded with your personal recipe, and then we let you decide whether you want to keep the data or whether it should be erased. No? So those are the things we are really discussing heavily, how we can, those are the red flags still, being honest. Because this is a quite comprehensive discussion, and it takes a lot of insights to get into that. But we will find a solution for that. Important is, you know, people who know me, I'm always transparent when it comes to business, and we have to take this serious, and we have to take people's concerns for granted and really to put them in place here. Also, when it comes to, our idea is we're going to run this through our app, which is already prepared for that, the Smooth app. So you can register for testing, and we run everything through an app. We're going to send you the report. We're going to send you a complete tracking of where we at with your product. You know, your test kit is now at the laboratory. You know, your genetic test is done. Your PDF is in your inbox. You can open it. You can read your report. And then we will tell you your nutrition will be manufactured and it will be shipped finally then and then. So you have a full tracking of what's going on. That's the idea behind it. Yeah. Through our nutritional analysis, recommendations for a healthier diet are possible. This is also cool because my vision is also to send you a recipe book, what you should cook at home, which fits to your genetic profile. This is also something, it's already in place. So you got some Austrian kitchen inside the camera. No, but it makes sense, you know. If your genetic profile is more favorable towards those ingredients and those micronutrients, well, why not choose the right stuff, the right plants, the right vegetables, the right meats, and make you a book for you which is designed to align with your genetic profile when it comes to nutrition. You like that idea? Yes. Okay, good. So we actually bring a lot of education. We teach people, you know, you will learn how to actively influence your health and which foods are healthy for you, which you should avoid, because they are not good for you. And this is only possible through a comprehensive gene analysis of all nutritionally relevant genes. And this can be done. The same detox. We're going to combine that also already in your personalized nutrition, that we provide you with the micronutrients based on your detox profile and give you the perfect ingredients inside your mixture, which helps to promote detox based on how you react on that. Because we are able to analyze the exactly 10 genes which are relevant to detoxification. So we did a step further because we invented a new technology how to provide the micronutrients to you. And the problem with nutrition or micronutrients or supplements is not only to know what you need, it's also important that when you take 10 at the same time, that some of them, they don't like each other. And they should not meet each other inside your digestive system. So what we did, we enclosed the micronutrients into some pellets. It's really small pellets, and they enclosure the micronutrients. Those pellets are made of cornstarch, 100% bioavailability, and they're gonna cover these micronutrients. And the thickness of the pellets is not the same.
Do you offer other base from cornstarch?
We will. That's based right now. I know some people are allergic. I know, but we are working on that. But like I said, the problem is we want to make sure that when you take your micronutrients, first of all, that they don't dissolve before they should, because the pellets, they protect the micronutrients from dissolving immediately. That's all gonna take part where it should be, in your intestines. And the pellets, depending on the micronutrients, they have a different thickness. So they will be released with a time lapse. And this is the next process we are able to control by releasing the micronutrients in the right time and in the right dosage, and timing-wise that they are not collide with micronutrients which, when they meet, create a negative effect or just cancel out the effect. So this is how this stuff looks like. At the end, they look like this. And those are just little pellets, and they will not dissolve in water. So usually what you do, you take a glass of water, you put them inside, they are swimming around, and you just use the water for transport them into your system. They don't taste, so it's not like awful to take them. So it's very simple. And so it's very easy to use. The only thing what you have to do, because we will probably deliver them in not solid, but in flexible sacks. And from time to time you need to shake a little bit to make sure that they are well mixed. But that's the only thing you need to do. And you got a little spoon, and you just grab one spoon a day. It doesn't matter when you take it. You can take half in the morning, half in the evening. You can take all in the morning or all in the evening. Just make sure that you do it always at the same time. But other than that, that's it, you know. And we also developed our own machinery, because many types of these pellets, they are not commercially available. So we can produce new pellets with a high nutrient content. This is also very important because right now we have about 120 micronutrients which we can use, but it will grow over time, you know. So that's pretty interesting. Also important, bioavailability. The slow release of these nutrients from out of the pellets over a longer period, this has really great advantages in terms of bioavailability and in terms of the uptake effect and the stability. The encapsulation, I explained to you, we cover these micronutrients into these pellets, and this kind of encapsulation protects also the micronutrients from light oxygen and from reacting with each other, resulting in high stability and timed release. Right now, the capacity of the laboratory, by the way, the micronutrients are also manufactured and packed in this laboratory. It's exactly the same place where the gene tests are done. So it's one closed environment. The capacity is recently 20,000 customers per month, but we are working on increasing that to 100,000 customers, you know. We visited this laboratory already a couple times, and it was pretty astonishing how the, PCR test, pretty cool. You know, we saw how a PCR test is done for COVID. This PCR test is capable of finding one single virus. So it's how exact they are. It's unbelievable, you know. But the funny thing is, most of the symptoms from COVID, they probably break out at least with 10 to 15,000 of these viruses. Now you can imagine why I always tell you this is all a joke. Because if they find one PCR, one single virus in a PCR test, this will do nothing to you, you know, but you will be positive. So that's pretty funny, you know. Haha. Yeah, they are so precise, you know. They make you positive just with one virus, you know. Pretty cool. Now, they still tell you that they have so many positive cases, you know. In Switzerland, it's so funny, but because nobody goes testing anymore, because now people have to pay for the tests. Of course, nobody wants to pay for it. Why should I pay for that joke, you know? But they still tell you, this is still flaring around, this is still, you know, and I think it's exactly the same situation than 2.5 years ago, you know, in my opinion. Anyway, it's better to talk about this stuff, you know, it's much better. But just, you know, it's not only in the general press. Speaking about that exact concept, you know, I found even some publications from Harvard and Cambridge, you know, health and wellness, designing a sustainable nutrition plan. I believe that's the future of our business. Our business, I mean us as a manufacturer and a provider of holistic health, and you as a representative and ambassador of holistic health. You know, because that will also strengthen your position as a representative. Because you will be the consultant. You will be the person bringing or being the connection between the manufacturer and the client. Not only in terms of providing a product, but also taking care of these people. And this is, by the way, this is something we lost already during this last 2.5 years. The most complaints we receive in our company is from customers. They are not satisfied with their representatives. I should not say this, but you know, in terms of support. But this is, you know, I'm not talking about you in the room because you take care of every client here, but I'm talking about our representatives outside. Huh? I mean, this is your business. This is your way how you're gonna create new interest when you take care of your existing people. This is the way. And if you don't do this anymore, it will not work. You know, and you have to start taking this serious again. I know we get commission when we sell a system, but the commission when we sell a system is also designed as a reward for support. But most of the people say, oh, yeah, now I earned the commission, so hasta la vista, I go for the next one, you know? But that's not the right idea. The right idea is to support, to take care of your client, because if you have a happy PEMF user or a happy nutrition intaker, they will refer the product to somebody else, and that will create new prospects for you, you know? But I know this is, the 2.5 years were not good for us. And this is one of the things, because we had no access anymore to people, right? This was a good excuse. Oh, I cannot go there anymore. I cannot go to do a lecture anymore. And this is exactly why people now sit at home and wait for the big bang that something happens in their life. And nothing happens, you know? It happens outside and not inside. And it happens while and as long we are taking care of the people around us, because this is what we are doing. We care. We don't sell, we care. And remember when you referred your first system, you didn't do it because you want to sell a system. You did it because you probably had a positive reaction on it, and you were just motivated to share that with anybody in your environment. You know, and this is something, it needs to come back, because that will bring health and wealth to our communities. But if we just sit at home and say, I don't know, let's do a Zoom call, which will never be done, because it's the next good excuse, you know, doing everything online. You cannot do everything online. Of course I can sit in my house in Switzerland, and you can sit here and you can watch me through this projector, but it's not the same. It's by far not the same. It's not 20% the same. It's not 80% the same. Because we are human beings. We need to see each other, we need to hug each other, we need to smell each other, you know, we need to feel each other. And online doesn't do that. But you know what I'm just telling you, I would like to encourage you to take this to your heart, because I know this is the success of our business, is taking care of people. That's why I'm so happy that I can travel again, come to you, and also, you know, speak from my heart directly in front of you, because I know if I do that, and if the resonance is there, of course I will benefit from this, right? But I do it in a way where everybody benefits, and then it's fine, you know. So this is something like, I'm really a little bit angry. I caught myself a couple times also. I don't need to go there, I can do it by Zoom, you know. And then you sit at home, and then you know there is a Zoom meeting at 2 o'clock, but you don't want to go because you have something else to do, right? And then maybe you postpone it 2-3 times, and then, you know, the rush is over. Yeah. And it's not so easy, especially when being in the health business. Health business is a very responsible business. Responsible in the meaning of taking care of somebody. And I cannot accept it that I get an email from a client who said, I bought this machine 4 weeks ago, I don't even know how to turn it on. And those emails come in. You know, it's disgusting, you know. I feel bad, personally, that I said, how can it be, you know? 20 years ago, we had a system. You had to sign a protocol from the customer that you, as a representative, instructed the customer how to use the system. And as long as this protocol was not delivered to us, we didn't pay commission. Yeah, but just to give you an idea, you know, and I always appeal on the how do you say that in English, that people are reasonable, but sometimes you can't, you know. But just don't do this, you know, because it reflects on the company, it creates a bad picture on the company, you know. It is your duty to take care of your customer. And at the end, it will always pay off. Period. You know, and it will never pay off if you don't do it. And speaking about this concept, which is, in my opinion, from the first sight, much easier to handle, because it's quite straightforward. But there is also a lot of vibration in between. But it's a huge opportunity for all of us. And, you know, I decided to come up with this today because I want to collect feedback. You don't even have to talk to me. I can see the feedback. You know? But I need that in order to move forward. And, of course, I'm always happy, and we do that later on when we have a break, to hear your concerns, to hear your ideas, to implement all that that whole thing even better as it is already, and also, you know, to provide an opportunity for you, which is also some point granted by you, in a way, you know, that you have the chance to give your concerns, and then we take it to heart and we try to make the best out of it. But I don't know what you think, but I think this is pretty cool stuff. By the way, I know the question will come: how much does it cost? We think we can offer a monthly supply of for one person in Canadian around 250 Canadian dollars, which, my opinion, is pretty reasonable, because most of the people spent that money already for supplements. And don't forget, it's made for you.
How much does the test cost?
The test will about 250 as well, including the report, everything. Yeah. No, the test is a simple saliva test. Very simple. That's enough, yes. Yeah, so it will be between 1,000 and 1,300 bucks Canadian. So around that. For the what we're going to do is, we would like to offer a starter package. The test, including a 3-month supply for about 1,300. We are about a little less under 1,000 US dollar, and we will see how it goes. I don't know yet about the logistics and all that, but roughly about that. My opinion, reasonable for what we offer. You know, I think, and we cannot make it cheaper because there is so much manual work involved. Because we have to fill each package with one formula. But that's the future.
So does the formula change if you've already been taking supplements, or do you have to stop taking supplements for a while?
No, because you never took supplements based on what you need. You just took supplements that somebody offered you and you thought it's a good idea.
So that never changes the genes?
No. That's the good thing. The way how your genes react on that will not change. But now you get something which is designed to how your genes react. And you should better throw away everything what you still have at home, because you simply won't need it anymore. Well, it's, yeah, exactly. No December 2006 anymore. Yeah.
Can we, like after the test, can your new invention, can it give the clients an opportunity to choose not your specified vitamins, but like a guide to the food that they can give the same thing?
Yeah, that's what we're going to come up with. We're going to send you a recipe book.
Not recipe, no, I didn't mean recipe. Like, for example, if based on my genetics, you tell me, Amelia, you need to, for example, have this and this vitamins, okay?
Yes.
We can, for you, okay?
Yes.
But would you tell me also, maybe I don't want it to take made vitamins. If you tell me, oh, you can, if you eat, for example, this and this, also can provide this.
This might be an option, that we only provide the test and maybe an idea what kind of food. This could be another product within the concept. Technically, no problem. Absolutely. Technically, no problem. Absolutely. So I just finished, and then your questions. So this is actually right now what's in our mind, how we're going to do this. So you get a test kit. So once you're registered, you want to do this. You get a test kit sent to your home. You're going to do the saliva test, and you send it back to our country office. We're going to collect them once per week. We ship it to Austria. They do the genetic test, and this goes all through the app. And we're going to loop you in the process so that every customer is aware of what's going on, at which stage I am right now. And then, you know, the laboratory will perform the analysis. The analysis results will be sent to you electronically. We plan to do it through our existing app. And then once the test is available at the laboratory, they will put it to manufacturing, and they're gonna prepare your personalized nutrients. They will be made in the laboratory, and then we ship the packages to our country office again, and from there, maybe Canada, we will not send it direct. We will see. Either we send it direct from the laboratory to you, to the client, or we will send it back to our country office and then ship it directly. We are not 100% clear with that. That depends a little bit on the possibilities. Custom clearance directly from the laboratory, does it have to go through us, and so on and so on. But, you know, those are the little things we need to figure out. The product is ready, the process is ready, the test is ready, the reports are ready. By the way, we installed artificial intelligence. We can prepare these test reports in any language. That works pretty well, meanwhile. I give you some examples later on to this. So that's what's in place, you know. The product package contains of the test kit, the analysis, the comprehensive reporting, a personalized 3-month micronutrients package with dosage recommendation, and we would like to process it completely through our existing app, which can be downloaded from iOS and also from Android. By the way, we have more genetic tests coming up already. Weight management, big business.
Do you have one on hormone?
Yes, yes, yes. We already have about 34 reports for different purposes, you know.
Each report is about 1,000 to 1,500.
No. The reports are, no. The problem is we need to create products out of that from a economic perspective. And this has to be reasonable. And this has to be well thought. We don't just want to come out with something. Everything has to have a purpose. The nutrition genetic test has the purpose to create tailored nutrition. My opinion, that makes total sense, right? Think about the athletic world. Every athlete, you know, gets their own nutritional formula based on their genetic profile. This is huge, you know, and it's also a huge business. You know, last year we started working with the San Francisco 49ers with NFL. They almost made it to the Super Bowl. They almost made it. You are laughing, huh? Exactly. And we introduced PEMF to them, and they are so excited about that, you know. And then, you know, when you start talking to the trainers, to the people who are involved in how they're going to treat their athletes, and football is a quite intense sport with a lot of injuries, you know, and obviously the people who put money in this team, they want the good players to be back from injuries as soon as possible. So that's a huge topic in every world-class team, or also with individual athletes. But what's also a topic is that every one of them realized already we could do it with injections whatsoever, but it always leaves a footprint, and you know, over time that's not going to work. And they are looking into solutions to create personalized protocols for each athlete based on such things. Give me the right protocol for a PEMF application. Give me the right protocol for nutrition. You know, and this is, I mean, this is the future also in professional athletes. You know, to create tailor-made solutions for every single athlete, whether it's a team or it's just a one man or a one woman show.
Will this test kit just be available through this Bionic rep?
Yes. You see, this is also something probably not necessary, because when you as a rep register a client for that, through the app, our country office sends the test directly to the client. I think we do not have to involve you in this. Right?
Okay, that means, so it's smooth, that will be the whole.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. It runs to our existing app. We're going to update our app with a process of onboarding. You can onboard a client and get the personal information inside. You press a button, it comes out in our country office, and we start the process.
So how does the rep benefit from having many clients?
Well, because the client is attached to you. Yeah? Because you do the onboarding, one or the other way. You either do it for the client through the app, or you send the link to the client, and when you send the link, you're already attached to this client. This is how we protect the representatives. Don't nail me on that, okay? Because I'm really not 100% sure, but more roughly. The first starter package, which includes the test and at least 3 months of supply, because otherwise you can't do it. And then we will probably let the client decide whether they want to order it, keep going again, or whether they want to pause it or quit it. I think those should be the options, in my opinion, which we should offer for the client. You want to order it, I think it should be very simple through the app. Press a button, and then we're gonna initiate the. Then probably we're gonna do a monthly routine, because once we have the recipe once, it might be a little bit easier for us to keep it running. But frankly speaking, I have no idea yet until we start doing this with real work, and then we see where we're at. But I'm not afraid, because I know we have everything in place.
And so you have the Health Canada. Do you need Health Canada?
We need Health Canada. We need Health Canada to get this product into Canada. You need a so-called natural product license, and you also need a specific establishment licensing for this kind of supplements. You need to fulfill the requirements for the labeling. Everything has to be in 2 languages, in English and French. But it's doable. It's nothing out of the world.
What if one wants to start only with gene testing? That you don't need.
But that's not our concept. If you want to do a gene test, no, go to a laboratory. You will find one who is doing. Go to 23andMe. They're going to sell you to the farmer. You do something good. No, I'm joking.
Did you test it on yourself?
Yeah, of course.
What did you find? If you don't mind to share,
Well, I don't know what I found, but I have a package at home, and I'm taking it. I have it in my hotel room.
So was it like a surprise to you that you were taking a supplement that you were not supposed to?
I never took supplements before. Never. For what? But now I take them because they are made for me. This is how my brain works. If something is good for the people, why should I take it? But if something is good for me, I'm gonna take it. For example, 5 years ago, we decided to finish eating meat. And not because of anything ritual or whatsoever. We were in Sydney on the fish market, Veronica and myself, in Australia, because I was speaking at a conference. And there was this nice seafood. And we were eating seafood. We looked at each other and said, how about not eating meat anymore? And I was a meat eater. I mean, almost every day. A good entrecôte, yes, I'm in. And And that was roughly 5 years ago now, or 4.5. And since that day, no meat. You know, and I'm still surviving, you know? And no, you don't give me applause, because I'm not even proud of it. We just made a decision between a lobster and a salad. You know? And but that's maybe. But you know, it's for us. It was not like, oh, we were thinking about that for 5 years and we couldn't do it, and oh no, I need my steak every day or what. It was not like that. It was really out of nothing, and I could never imagine to be without meat, never. And you know, I don't miss it at all. Not a single day where I need a steak. You know, we had 1 or 2 days where we ate a tartare. You know what a tartare is? Just because it looked so good, it was handmade, and then we ate it. I survived it, obviously, you know, but that's it. But it was not like now I need it every day again. We did it just because, yeah, it was talking to us. But since then, no meat, and it's okay. I have a better digestion, I can tell you, easier. I'm not bloated anymore like before. It's easier for me to manage my weight. We are both still racing race cars, really fast race cars. So I have to manage my weight because I have to fit in that cockpit. And these race cars are very narrow. You know, you cannot gain weight, otherwise you cannot do this sport anymore. So it is quite motivating for me, you know, to keep myself going. And yeah, but it's gonna work, you know. But other than that, this is not even a topic.
And do you feel any difference in taking the
Yes, I had. We were talking. I had the last 3 weeks. I had such a stressful work. You know, doing quality management, standard operating procedures, nasty work. You don't want to do that. You know, I had to do it because I was so under pressure to finish it. So I was literally working every day 16 hours. Even Veronica said to me, you have to make a break. You know, and I take the supplements now for 4 weeks. And what I felt, I had a very stable energy level. Also, in terms of my mental ability, which didn't go away after 8 or 10 hours. I was really on the spot all the time, you know. And usually I was sleeping 5.5 hours, which is not enough for me. Usually I need at least 6.5 hours, but it was doable for me. And you know, it's not so easy to do this work, and then you jump on a plane to go to Toronto to do a lecture, to go to Vancouver. Tomorrow we go to Portland, then we go to Denver, then we go to Scottsdale, then we go to Scottsdale, then we go to LA and Orange County, then we go to Miami, and all within 17 days. So that's quite something, you know. But it's the passion which drives you. It's sharing cool stuff. It's also something really interesting, you know. And yeah, and at the end, it's probably also that we try to keep a good lifestyle, try to look for good food always, and now brand new, taking supplements, which I never did before. But yeah, it's just working out, you know. Yes. Well, if you remember the slide, I told you we are already ramping it up to 100K, and then it's just a question of scaling, you know. But it's the capacity, you know. Remember, this laboratory did 55,000 COVID tests per day. You know, and it's easy, you know. I would like to bring this to Canada by the 4th quarter of this year. I think that's that's probably doable. Based on where we at right now, you know, because like I said, more or less everything is ready. We just need to go through compliance. We need to do the regulation stuff. And right now, even with the authorities, they have no staff. They still have the choke from behind they need to work on. So we are depending on those timelines, you know, when it comes to regulation and compliance. But from our side, but I think fourth quarter this year is doable, you know. Yes, we have a name. I will let you know. Not yet. But it will be a name which is good in German language, in any other language, and also in English. And it's a very short name, and it's, yeah, it's very sketchy, yes. And yes, I already bought the web domains for this name. So that's done. We will start this program in every country except the United States. Oh, yeah, yeah. Because in the United States there is still a red flag in terms of regulation with personalized supplements. This will take a little bit longer. Of course, we want to approach the US market, but we will start in Europe and in Canada. And probably also in Asia. By the way, we started with PEMF also in Canada first, before we went to the US. Yeah. Yeah.
This is a great program. I've got a question regarding liability. If ever someone has a reaction to a product, I mentioned corn for a reason earlier. So if someone has a reaction to the product, could we be held liable?
No, because
All
no. Every disclaimer will be in the reports. It will be all in compliance. Of course, the doses of the supplements will be in compliance with the regulations in the countries. Otherwise, we cannot import it, you know. So it's more or less the same like you go to a drugstore and buy a can of vitamin C. Yeah, so, and by the way, for all the people you don't know, Swiss Bionic Solutions has a worldwide global product liability insurance of $10 million each case, which protects you from becoming liable. You know, and we have this since forever. Very expensive, this insurance. And if somebody ever needs this, let me know, because we can provide you with a copy of the policy. Sabine has this. She gets it always from me every year, and sometimes health practitioners need that or whatsoever. So you can ask for that, and we're gonna provide you with a copy of the policy.
Will it be available in Toronto then, at the warehouse?
Pardon?
Will it be available in Toronto?
The supplements? Yeah, we're gonna run this through the existing country office in Toronto. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay, question here.
I heard you say every country. Does that include China?
Yeah, well, China is always a problem, you know.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. By the way, China is very interesting. I just got yesterday the new firmware update for the IMRS Prime in Chinese. So we have all the menu in Chinese. You know, for all the people who are not Chinese, never switch to this language because you will never make it back again. You know? But it looks great. Of course I cannot. Yeah. And we will have the first exhibition in China now, which we attend in June. We have a big health show there. In China, I give you the email address of Daniel who is, and Anna, who are organizing that out of our offices in Singapore and Hong Kong, and they will provide you with the details.
Is the target audience is it just a general population, or what about someone who has severe chronic illnesses? Are they the target audience too?
For the
Testing a supplement, because when people are severely ill with cancer or different illnesses, they take way more supplement, more
Of course they fit too, because this program will enlighten the people whether they take the right stuff. Or if they never took anything, it will provide them with the guidance what they should take. And it has no influence what they already take. Because the DNA doesn't care. You cannot alter the DNA with chemotherapy. You know, the expression of it. The DNA is the DNA.
I would have, maybe just my understanding, if someone's sick, they would take more different supplements. When they get well, they would take less or...
Yeah, but first of all, they need to take what they need and what they can absorb. But this is not, you know, it's not about making a protocol for diseases here. It's giving you the right food, the right micronutrients for your genetic expression. And this doesn't matter if you are sick or not. You know, this is why the whole system is sick, talking about supplements. Because who can tell you that you need double the size of vitamin C when you're on chemotherapy? Who tells you this? Who has the authority to tell you this? Nobody. Maybe there was a study done, you know, with 500 people. So again, this is a study that they refer to you because of 500 other people. But it's not you. Yeah, but that will work maybe for some people, but not for everybody. But you know, this testing will give you the most profound idea of what your body can take, what it needs, and what you should not take. No more questions for genetic testing and making protocols for any kinds of indications, because that will take until tomorrow. Yes. Yes, Bruce Lipton, of course. This is the second lecture after Toronto where I'm going to come up with this. Nobody knows about this except the people who attended in Toronto and you guys. I did not publish anything about this idea, including Bruce Lipton. I didn't talk to him yet. Maybe he wants to talk to me.
I just have a suggestion, actually, not a question. When you are launching this product in the future, the quarter 4 in Canada, is it possible to marriage PEMF with this?
Of course.
Giving the testing part as a complimentary when you buy the product, PEMF?
That's an idea. I take it with me. Huh? Yeah, you know why I'm so intrigued about that concept? Because I'm thinking about implementing this idea into PMF. No, because we have genes which gives us a lot of ideas how your mitochondria are working. You know, and based on a test result, we could customize protocols for people based on gene tests. This is why, you know, I'm thinking a step further, you know, we talk about personalized health. So in order to make PMF more customized and in the same time through that more efficient, it would be cool to read out of your genetic expression the perfect protocol when you lie on a PMF device. And then all these discussions, all these 10,000s of emails which I receive from each of you, I have a person suffering from this disease. How do I set this person up? You know, what is the best protocol for the whole body mat, for the pillow and whatsoever, you know? Exactly. Exactly, the special protocols, you know, use 2 applicators in the same time, put one around your neck, put, you know, one around your wife, and, you know, lie on the whole body mat, and on your wife. If you don't like her, put a pillow between, you know, and give her 400 until she freaks out. You know, and wear the goggles so you don't see her freaking out. All these special protocols, they are not necessary anymore. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, another question.
Is there like a big list of all the supplements that like you're being tested for, like vitamin B, vitamin C? Like I take a lot of ones like blue algae or like palladium gold, but I don't know if that's involved.
Like I said, everything which can become encapsulated in pellets, that's very important. And like I said, right now we have about 120 to choose from, and the list is growing.
And where are the micronutrients sourced from?
It's all organic, certified organic. It's doping tested. It's also very important for the athletes. We do doping tests in the laboratory. There's nothing inside, and we will transparently tell you where they come from.
The other thing about the DNA test, so if somebody does a DNA test and they're going to have a sensitivity to corn, or corn starch,
Yeah.
it'll come up right in the test. And so
Yep.
when you're doing your packaging, you know what I mean, if there's a
Well, usually, people know that in advance. That's what I mean. You know, if you order it online, then we will probably not catch this person before. But doing this through existing representatives who take care of their customers, who introduce this concept to them, and support them, it will never happen. You know, and for sure, this product is, again, like all the others, not for everybody, and we cannot make it for everybody. But I think it's for 98% of the population, which is a quite big target group. We better start working soon, you know, to get one to everybody. Do you like the idea, basically? Yeah, it's cool, huh? Yeah. Wait, let's have a question from this. Yeah, the cookbook. You like that? Good, I want to hear that, you know. By the way, before I get into a question, the guy from the laboratory, he's a pretty cool guy. He's a PhD, a younger guy. Daniel Wallersdorfer is his name. He already wrote a book about this stuff and about how genetics works and stuff like that. And it's already translated in English. So we will also come out with a book as an educational support for you as reps and also for the people who want to use this then in after that. And now to your question.
My question is, so do you foresee retesting after
Not with the gene test. What you can do probably, this is the next idea, to offer blood tests. Blood tests, but this is a concept, it needs more time because you need to do this with a national laboratory. You cannot always send blood samples to Austria, back and forth. You know, I will end up in jail if I'm shipping liters of blood every day through the world. But you can easily, there are comprehensive blood testing where you can see your micronutrient level, which cannot be done with saliva with a genetic test, because a genetic test is done once. Period. It's your DNA. It will not change.
So genetic testing is for the supplements to be personalized to our genes, but it doesn't necessarily address the nutritional deficiencies that we have.
Yes,
That would be done through the blood test.
yes, that will be, that's the step one, that you get what you need and that you get what you react on. And then, you know, if you feel the need to investigate further, do I have still some deficiencies or you know, it doesn't work for me the way I expected it to work, then maybe you do something else, you know?
Purpose of your genetic testing, is it to determine what you're prone to,
Exactly.
like Parkinson's or Alzheimer's?
No, prone to micronutrients, not to diseases. Again, we do not investigate in the test and tell you, sorry, but in 2 years you're gonna start trembling because you get Parkinson. This is not what we do, okay?
So if I have myopia, it will help me improve my myopia, for instance, like with PEMF system.
Now the PMF is something else again, you know? We use the gene test to figure out the genetic expression to nutrients. And this is already regulated work. The laboratory has 200, remember, there are 200 genes which refer to your nutritional response, and they get tested, and out of that, the algorithm will automatically determine what you need and how much you need. And I have this report only in, I think I have it only in German language, but, and so on. And then you get, it gives you all kinds of, this is you. This is your genetic reaction, you know? And then it, for example, this is how caffeine creates an effect on you, not on people. This is the gene which you have to examine. CYP1A2. This is the weapon against caffeine. This is the gene inside you which responds to that. And this can be investigated. And then out of that, you can figure out, oops, and it always says, Wolfgang, this is your result to every little thing. So it says, your your decomposition to caffeine works because your gene is excited to that. Huh? So that means because of your CYP1A2 genes, you are, it is possible for you to decompose caffeine very quickly. Therefore, coffee which contains caffeine is healthy for you. Wow. By the way, this is so funny because, you know, we are always as clever. How I can explain that? As our genes, yeah, that's true. But we always take everything for granted, what we know now. But what about in 10 years? You know? What about in 20 years? You know? Oh, did you hear? Veronica is still vegetarian. Oh my God. Who knows? You know? Wolfgang is still driving a Tesla. How can you do that? You sit on an electromagnetic time bomb. You know, you get cancer. We have the first studies after 10 years. Every second Tesla 3 driver gets cancer because he sits on an electromagnetic field. He sits on a battery with a very high electromagnetic exposure. You watch this video, what we tape today, in 10 years, and then we speak, okay? I have a... Veronica wanted me to show this to you. I think I have this somewhere. Your nice video, the nice video. Here. I hope you can hear it if you are quiet. This was an advertising in the 60s. Listen to it. No, 1949.
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you would find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with him. Time out for many men of medicine usually means just long smoke a mild, good-tasting cigarette, they're particular about the brand they choose. In a repeated national survey, doctors in all branches of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country were asked, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? Once again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Why not change to Camels for the next 30 days and see what a difference it makes in your smoking enjoyment? See how Camels agree with your throat. See how mild and good tasting a cigarette can be.
That was reality, 1949. You know, now imagine what I told you, you know. Maybe people will laugh about you in 50 years because you still don't eat meat anymore. You driving an electric car, who knows? And that's why, you know, we have to realize science is always now. Because this was 60 years ago, whatsoever, 60 in a couple years. Or even 73 years ago. And 73 years ago, science was not there telling you that smoking is not healthy. No, it was not there, definitely. You know, I will. We make a break now, and after the break, I will tell you a little bit about the history and all the development of PEMF. And I will tell you why it was suppressed over decades and what happened, you know, in society and how healthcare is influenced by pretty remarkable events from single people, by the way. But as of now, let's digest the genetic thing and let's have a break, and thank you for your attention. Outlook specifically for PEMF. And I try to make this as short as possible. The evolution of pulsed electromagnetic field therapy started already long time ago. About 2,500, 2,600 years ago, we already have records that the ancient people became aware that magnetic fields can be used for healing purposes. It started with the Egyptians, it started actually with the Greek people, Hippocrates, and after that the Egyptians, 550 BC and 300 BC, they figured out that there are areas on our planet where there are special stones and they are magnetic. And they used these magnetic stones on people, for example, for pain relief and for wound healing and fracture healing, because those were the most common diseases at that time. The other diseases were not there because there were no diagnostic possibilities. People didn't die from cancer. People just fall asleep and didn't wake up on the next day. You know, without knowing what they had, because there was no MRI at that time and all the other possibilities. And of course, the life expectancy was not as high as today, right? At that time, people roughly made it into their 30s. But, you know, and then you know what happened? Some smart Greek people, they started moving these magnetic stones on people. Intuition. Because physics was not there at that time, not to the extent how we know it today. But they figured out when they do it, you know, when they move the magnetic stones up and down around people's bodies, that the effect becomes more quick and you know, just more effective. And this has to do with the fact that a static magnet has no frequency, which is still nowadays. You know, if you have a magnet, a static magnet, you just have intensity. You have strength of the magnetic field. But you have no content, you have no frequency. So when you try to create a health beneficial effect with a static magnet, you do this only with the field intensity, with the magnetic intensity of that magnet. But not with frequency, because there is no frequency in a static magnet. However, if you start moving, then you create a frequency. If you move the stone with 1 movement per second, the frequency is 1 hertz. Because hertz is the unit for frequency, and 1 hertz is 1 cycle per second. If you move it quicker, the frequency increases. You create a higher frequency. Not as high, you cannot manually create high frequencies, for example, as your mobile phone does. Because your mobile phone has roughly a carrier frequency of 800 megahertz, which is about 800 million cycles per second. I think you are not capable of doing this with your hand. And because you are not capable, those frequencies are not healthy, because they are not natural. Nobody can do that. Only artificially they can be created. And then, you know, that was in Greek and in Egypt, but even there are records that in China, magnetic therapy was already practiced 2000 BC. You know, also magnetic stones, they used it to correct health imbalances. They were also moving these stones, you know, probably with the idea to change the energy, not the chemistry, but the energy around people, inside people. And according to the records that are available, that was one of the main thing, you know, doctors, they were not doctors at that time, but the people who took care of those people suffering from all kinds of stuff, they figured out that with magnets we can create something health beneficial. And therefore the word magnet comes from the ancient Greek magnes litos, which means stone from magnesia. And magnesia is the area where these magnetic stones were found, and that's how the name magnetic has been given. Stone from magnesia. And then there was a big event going on which changed the entire view on magnetic fields. And that was 1891, when Nikola Tesla, the guy here, he was so good that they took him off the surface. You know? You know what happened to him, you know? He was a genius, you know? But he was such a genius that he was a threat for the lobby, and that's why they put him in a direction, and he ended up not being taken serious anymore, because everybody they created some kind of an argumentation against him that he's just his brain is not working correctly. But it was exactly the opposite. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he discovered, for example, that if you run current through an inductor, so for example through a wire, through a copper wire, that when you run this current through it, there is a magnetic field created around it. You know, later on, it was in physics. It was not only discovered, but it was also physically proven by a guy named Ampere's law. You know, Ampere's law number 1, when you run current through a wire, you always create a magnetic field around it. Ampere's law number 2, every magnetic field is capable of inducing electricity. So the other way around. By the way, Ampere's law you are utilizing when you charge the mobile phone, the battery of your mobile phone. Because you create a magnetic field, and that magnetic field excites the ions inside your battery, because you have a lithium-ion battery. And a lithium ion is depending on, is made of lithium. This is the stuff inside the battery, and there are ions inside, and they are covered by the lithium. And when you apply a magnetic field, then these ions, they get a kick in the butt, and they start moving. And this moving process creates friction, and that creates current. And this current is charged, it's held by the lithium inside the battery and gives you the electricity which is needed to run your mobile phone, your computer, your whatever, your Tesla as well. It's all the same principle, you know? And actually it's all based on him, you know, on Tesla, because he was inventing these coils. And then the discovery of the electron in the 19th century brought, and now we come to another term. It's not magnetism anymore, it's electromagnetism. In order to create an electromagnetic field, you don't need a magnet. We just learned you need a conductor, which is, in our case, for example, in our systems, it is a copper coil built in the applicators. And copper is a very good conductor. You know, when you run current through a copper coil, you create a pretty pure and powerful magnetic field around it. So, in our system, we have not one magnet built in. Everything is running through electromagnetism. And electromagnetism has nothing to do with magnetism. Electromagnetism means you run electricity through a conductor and you always create a magnetic field around it. And this field is called electromagnetic. And even a Canadian guy played a role in the development of PEMF. Daniel David Palmer, he was a Canadian fishmonger, and he turned to a magnetic healer, and he founded Palmer School of Magnetic Cure. He did this in Davenport in Iowa, which is, to my understanding, not Canada, but it's the US. Probably he was afraid of Health Canada, and he said, I'm going to do this in the US. Heads off, Mr. Palmer. Yeah, he was a guy who was promoting energy medicine already, and we speak about 1890, so beginning of the 19th century. And in Europe, we had a nice guy. This guy's name was Franz Mesmer. He was a German physician. And since the 18th century, he made some quite interesting claims, because he alleged that the body had magnetic poles, which we know nowadays is totally wrong. But there was also a little bit of truth in it, because he figured out, he checked already, that there was some kind of energy, measurable, floating energy inside human bodies. He just was not able at that time to prove scientifically what's going on. And it always reminds me on the idea of the planet Earth is a disk. And there are still people who believe in that. You know, there are even groups on Facebook and Instagram. They still don't believe that the Earth, well, they still believe that the Earth is a disk. And they have proof for that, all kinds of pictures and you know. Okay, let's leave it like this. But the interesting thing about Mesmer, this was the guy, we owe him something, because even in North America, this became a term when somebody says, this is mesmerizing. It's coming from him. It's coming from him, from Franz Mesmer. That's where the term has its origin. And then, speaking about United States and Canada, there was a very, very profound event which changed everything. And this was exactly the day when classical medicine became regulated in North America. And this was the so-called Flexner report. Because there was actually one single person, Abraham Flexner, and he created a scientific paper, which you can find on Google, even the content of it, original, you can find it and read it. And he presented that, and from that day on, it was decided that medical therapy, everything in classical medicine, can only be provided to the people if it was strictly adhered to the protocols of mainstream science. So, Carnegie, exactly, yeah, exactly. You know, the pharmaceutical industry was involved in that. That was the day when, we speak about 1908, where not only classical medicine became regulated, but also everything else became kicked out, including chiropractors, electrotherapy, homeopathy, osteopathy. You know, those things, they were eliminated in 1908 officially through the Flexner report. And it still is like that, more or less. We speak about 115 years. Yeah, yeah. It's quite interesting, huh? It was one event. What?
Well, the electromagnetic frequencies, using them for power and magnetic force fields, checking the magnetic force field of the Earth.
Yeah, but we speak about that later when we come to the.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say that there was a problem with your timeline because these things were used both in Africa and in the United States 4,000 years ago.
For what?
Frequency medicine, as well as it was used in
I have my resources, you have your resources. Thank you. Yeah, if you could send me yeah, I need a fundamental resource on that, and then I will implement it. No problem. So these events combined with a shift to almost 100 dependence on pharma led to a 60-year dormancy of PEMF in North America. That's the reason why when I came 2006 to the US and to Canada, that almost nobody was speaking about that. Even almost nobody was aware that a technology like this is existing. And in the same time, because in Europe and in Asia there was no Flexner report, so they kept on working with PEMF, you know, and that's the reason why most of the science from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and even up to the 2000s is published in Europe and not in North America. Because in North America there was not really interest in creating science, but in Europe was. You know, Germany, Austria, and mainly also the Eastern European countries, Russia, the Baltic states, and obviously also Southeast Asia, the Asian countries, because the traditional Chinese medicine was always based on energy. So they have a quite good understanding about all that, you know? And yeah, and so between 1960 and 95, almost every European country factored its own magnetic therapy system. So they used it in classical medicine. It was established. It was even paid by the insurances, you know. And then I only know it from Germany because mid of the 80s, PEMF was kicked out of the classical medical system due to lobbyism. You know, because the pharmaceutical industry, they became so big and they tried to rule everything out just to, the problem with PEMF, again, remember what I said at my first thing is, it's a very cheap application and it's not consumable. It's not good for business. And it lasts 10, 15 years comparing to a nice aspirin, which you swallow, it creates an effect for a certain amount of time, and then it's gone, and you need a new one. You know, that's business. Yeah, and then they invented the side effects. You know, that's a nice invention, you know, to even increase the business more and more and more, comparing to energy medicine, where you just need current, and then you can more or less deliver abundant amount of energy, right? And you don't need, there's no maintenance, no refill, no this and that, nothing, just works, you know. And in 1982 in Bulgaria, Todorova published the first book on electromagnetic field therapy. So in Europe, they started to create interest in science. And that's why most of the scientific papers at that time, they were published in Europe. And it's quite interesting what then happened, because when science became more established, also scientists in North America started to create interest again. And it happened in 1979 that the FDA approved PEMF application for bone growth. So it was proven by science that if you apply a pulsed electromagnetic field for example, on a non-union fracture, or even for osteoporosis patients, that you create a bone growing effect, which is by far superior to anything else what is on the market. It still works, by the way, till today. And believe it or not, what they did, despite the fact that they knew that PEMF was quite cheap and it was very simple to apply, they created a different pathway. They invented little coils which needed to implant it. Can you imagine that? For example, if you have a broken bone on your leg, they implanted little coils on both sides, and they had a control unit outside where they controlled the electromagnetic pulses, which is completely nonsense because electromagnetic waves go through entire materia. So it's not necessary. You don't need to do anything. You know, it even goes through a cast. If you have a broken bone and you have to wear a cast, and you can apply PEMF with the same efficiency comparing to implant a coil. It's exactly the same. But implanting is a surgery. You know, it's a process, it's money, and that's why they did it. Completely senseless. Nowadays, they are not allowed to do that anymore because we all know that it's complete nonsense. They can't do it anymore. But at that time, nobody was aware of that. But just for you to know, you don't need to undress when you lie on your whole body mat, except you wish to. But, you know, according to the efficiency of a pulsed electromagnetic field application, you don't need to be undressed, because pulsed electromagnetic fields go through entire materia. Just on a side note, right? So that's all BS. And on the good side, it makes PEMF also very flexible in utilization. Also for the elderly, you know, there is not a lot of complication expected to receive a PEMF application. If somebody cannot lie down, well, then, you know, put the applicator on the person. The only thing what has to be guaranteed is that the applicator surface needs to somehow be close to the person who needs to be treated. Because obviously electromagnetic waves, they are exposed in any direction equally, and of course they lose intensity over distance. But even on a lower setting, within 50, 60 centimeters, which is, I don't know how many inch in non-metric values, but I think Canada understands metric, right? Yeah. Good. Yeah. I mean, it's more or less, you receive it, you know, without any problems. So this is very important for you to know. Whenever you do a PEMF application, there's nothing you need to prepare, you know, just put the applicator on you, jump on the applicator, lie on the applicator, sit on the applicator, whatever, you know? Well, do you remember our previous system had this probe? We had this small probe, and we don't do it anymore. Yeah, it's sad, but we had nice stories, you know. We had people using it for their prostate problems, and they took it really serious because of the... Yes, exactly. You know, yeah, that's why I always tell you, you don't need to implant an applicator. You know, I know what I'm talking about because people always do this, you know. And there was this one person from Canada, actually, from the Toronto area, who took it so serious for his prostate problems, and he got really good results, you know. And since then we decided no probes anymore. Who knows where this is gonna lead to, you know, if we move on with this. But we experienced, in 30 years, we experienced some nice stories, believe me. So, you know, PEMF is a non-invasive application, okay? And it does not require any undress or whatsoever. Good. Yeah, yes, the whole body mat can use both way, except if you have a IMRS prime with a hybrid whole body applicator. Hybrid means you get far infrared and pulse electromagnetic fields in the same time. Then the direction is given because the additional layer for the far infrared needs to be on top. And this is where the logo is. The logo is on top of a hexagon FIR mat, you know? And of course the omnium also needs to be placed with the solid side away from you. But it's more or less because the lying comfort on the more smoother side is better than on the hard side. No, as long as you have to understand, there are 6 copper coils inside, and those copper coils are solid copper, solid uninsulated copper. They are pretty firm. You know, the only way to destroy them is to really bend them until they crack. As long as you don't do this, you know, if you have a solid surface, you could even run over it with a tank. It would not damage anything as long as the ground is solid. You know, it becomes a problem if the underground is really smooth. Don't put your whole body applicator on a very smooth mattress, because that creates bending, and that may lead to the crack of a built-in coil. So, yeah, when it's very soft, you know. So don't do that. But as long as the surface where you put the applicator is really solid, nothing will happen. It's just a question how much you bend the coils. At a certain point, yeah. Try it. It also depends on the weight, of course. You know, the heavier the patient is, the more solid the surface should be. And then it's not a problem. And then in 1991, it was FDA approved for postoperative pain. So, you know, you can see. And then, you know, in 1998, urinary incontinence, still working very powerful on that particular condition, by the way. You know, this is quite remarkable. And in 2011, it FDA approved PEMF also for the treatment of brain cancer and general for pain. Brain cancer with a special technology. The technology is called RTMS, repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation, which has nothing to do with what we are doing here, because those are specific devices which create a very, very high electromagnetic intensity. We talk about 2 to 5 Tesla, which is almost the same intensity than an MRI. So it can be only applied in a controlled environment. Skilled people who are trained for that. Has nothing to do with this, but it's also PEMF. By the way, now they figured out that RTMS, repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation, is also very powerful for people suffering from depression. And probably the idea behind is that based on this very, very high intense magnetic field and also utilizing a very high frequency, that it acts somehow like a reset button for the brain. Because the energy potential is so high that it probably, you know, resets some structures in the brain, which then lead to remarkable improvements in patients suffering from depression and also from, brain cancer, you know. It's quite interesting. But you can see, you know, how powerful energy medicine is and could be if it would be finally acknowledged by classical medicine, which is, after being 30 years in that business, not something I desire, because it would take me out of business, because we would not do this business anymore. But for the treatment per se and for the technology, it would be well deserved because it is so powerful, you know. And the PEMF application that we use, low frequency, low intensity, and we have to understand this, in energy medicine, often less is more. You know, I know that everybody says, when can I go on 400 intensity on the device? It's not desirable to go on 400, you know? And, you know, I know men are like that, you know? Can I go on 400? Well, yeah, of course you can go on 400, you know? But it doesn't mean that you get better 400 times faster. And it doesn't mean that you're a cool guy. You know what I mean? You know, in energy medicine, less is often more. And I learned over 30 years, not only that, but I also learned that consistency beats intensity. Instead of telling your wife one time per month, I love you, with full intensity, high volume, you know, do it every day gently. I love you. And do it with a different frequency. I love you, darling. I love you. Much more pleasant, you know. Less intensity, more consistency. Huh? That's the way how energy medicine works. You know, that's how energy medicine creates resonance. Not by being noisy. By transmitting a pleasant information from the sender to the receiver on and on again. On and on again, you know. And of course, by changing the frequency in between, the message becomes more pleasant and the receiver doesn't get used to it, because they always receive it in a different way, in a different variation. And that's why pulsating electromagnetic fields are more powerful than static magnetic fields. Because if you tell your wife every day, I love you, I love you, I love you, this is exactly how your body reacts on energy when the information is not pleasant, when the information does not change, and when the information does not create excitement. This is how energy medicine works in very profane, in a very profane way explained. I'm with you, but I think you get it, you know? And that's why 400 is not desirable in terms of I'm the best, I'm healthy again because I can take 400, you know? Me personally, I always use the whole body mat with 50 in the morning and 10 in the evening, you know? And I'm still alive even if I don't use 400, you know?
Take high frequency for depression?
I'm not high frequency, intensity.
High intensity.
What is the difference between frequency and intensity? Explain me in 5 sentences. Haha. Okay, I give you a very good idea how to understand that. When you want to listen to your favorite radio station, what do you do first? You find the frequency, 99.1, 101.5, you know? And then you know that you receive what you want to hear. The frequency is, and now listen, the content of the information. The frequency is the content of the information. And the intensity, because that's what you do next, usually in the morning, you know, you crank it up because you want to wake up with the car, the AC/DC, full power, ready to go, ready for the office. You know, in the evening, it's more like Lionel Richie, you know, say you, say me, a little bit more, less volume. And then you go home. Yeah, you know what I mean? So, frequency is the content of the information, and intensity is the volume of the content of the information. And you may realize that volume does not change the content. This is very important when you apply energy medicine. And you need to understand what frequency is, and you need to understand what intensity is. So think about this energy with the radio station, and you will get it.
So what would you use for depression with intensity? 400, is that when you'd use it?
It depends on the person. I would, for you, I tell you, okay, I tell you now for what purpose the higher intensities were initially designed for. They were only designed for the local applicators, for the pad and for the spot, but not for the whole body mat. You know, the whole body mat was always intended and usually works based on about 1.2 million customers worldwide now and their feedback. The whole body mat works best between intensities from sensitive to maximum 100. Even with super trained world-class athletes, they will usually not use the whole body mat higher than intensity 100. You know, and for the local applicators, we want to. The approach is different because with the whole body mat, you want to create a holistic effect on the whole organism. And when you use the local applicator, the local applicators were mainly designed, first of all, for pain relief. And if you use a local applicator for pain relief, you just differentiate between whether it's chronic pain or it's acute pain. Usually, when there is a chronic pain, you apply lower intensities with a longer duration. When there is an acute pain, So that's, for example, an accident, an acute injury, sports injury, broken bone, open wound, a bruise, whatsoever. Then you crank up the intensity, 400, with shorter duration. This is how it's made for. I know that people always think one applicator is not enough, so I put the whole applicator on 400. And now, because the IMRS Prime has a split mode, so people figured out they can run 2 applicators in the same time, and they do that, which is totally wrong. Totally wrong. Don't use the whole body mat and the local applicator on yourself in the same time. And I can tell you why. Because you have radio station 101.5 and you have radio station 99.1 at the same time with the same noise. How does this sound to you? Not pleasant anymore. You get confused, you know? And this is what your body gets. He gets confused. You know, this is not applied energy medicine. Ich kann Deutsch sprechen, kein Problem. Und niemand versteht mich mehr. Switch to German. You know? I switched to 88.5 and this radio station is not in Canada. Oops. And you know, speaking about energy medicine, I changed the frequency so that you don't understand it anymore. So, as a result, you don't resonate with me. And my applied energy medicine has no effect. This is how simple it is. And the funny thing about low-pass electromagnetic fields is people are so driven and so focused on their education on classical medicine that they try to transfer this knowledge and this understanding to energy medicine. And that leads to questions like you have, which, you know, I totally get you, you know, because what works for depression? 400 or 10? The answer is both.
You're talking about the body mat now.
No, I'm talking about intensity. I'm not even talking about any applicator. You know, I'm talking about the approach of energy medicine. And you have to get that, and you have to understand that you will not understand a thing when you try to transfer the knowledge you acquired from classical medicine, from medicine by dosages, from medicine by whatsoever, and you try to transfer that knowledge into energy medicine. You know, our bodies are so intelligent. You know what I tell you? You can lie on this mat for 2 hours. People always say, oh, I cannot do this, it will hurt me. No, it will not do anything to you. Because the applied signal is so pleasant, it will not, you cannot overdose with a low-pass PEMF. But I tell you, it's waste of energy. You know, it's waste of electricity, and nowadays we have to save electricity because we need the juice for our Teslas and for all the other electric cars we have to buy, you know, to contribute to our climate change whatsoever, you know. Do you know how, no, I will not go into that. You know, about how much fossil resources you need to build electric energy, a battery, you know, for a Tesla. I will not go into that. But you know what I mean? You know, this is what you have to understand. That when it comes to energy medicine, forget about the protocols you know from classical medicine. Think more about the protocols which you use in your relationship. You know, with your beloved ones, with your corporate environment, you know, and always think about, if I want to present a message to somebody and expect a pleasant reaction, there is a protocol how to present to expect a pleasant reaction. And this is not driven by intensity. It's driven by variation, you know, and it's driven by, you know, maybe saying it more than once, you know, consistency. And those are the ideas, this is the concept that's a quite good basis for you to understand how energy medicine works when you want to create a beneficial healing effect. It's not all about the intensities.
Well, if we just want a heart rate variability monitor, will sometimes take my full body mat up to 400, and it goes down pretty fast.
Exactly. Then, right at the moment, that's the good thing about this technology, about I call it the autopilot. You know, it's like when you are on the German highway, which is pretty cool because you have no speed limit. You know, sometimes you can go to 50, only for a short period of time. Then you have to probably use the brakes again because somebody in front of you is not driving the same speed than you. But then it was at the moment when you were on the application, exactly, your heart rate variability said, now it's okay. And if it drops after one minute, it's not that your heart has a problem. It's just that it responds different. Your body responds different, you know? And you know, you guys, when we talk about it, you're always so concerned about values, about intensities, you know? It's not about that, you know? I'm not sure we have I think you're a professional athlete, right? It's not, when you train, it's not all about intensity, right? The ego, well, thank you, that was a great answer. You know, the ego, if I translate that to PEMF, would be not to use the sensor. Huh? Not rely on what your body says, on rely on what your ego says.
How about a famous climber that passed away? He was known as the Swiss knight.
Yeah, Uli Steck.
And Uli, one of the things he said, because they were medically saying he trains far harder than humanly possible, and it's not healthy for him. And why does he do that? And he said, because he's afraid. Because of all these incredible, he was the fastest guy to climb the Eiger, just
Under 2 hours.
metahuman.
Yeah.
But what he said was he trained harder than he would ever have to perform. And that's in every sport where you want to, as an athlete, put yourself in a position that what you simulate outside of the actual sport, you won't encounter in the sport, so you'll always be prepared. That's everyone's goal.
That's true, and it didn't help him.
What wasn't his fault? What happened?
Well, he got lost. He got lost and not found. Well, I think they found him, right?
The best guys, unfortunately,
Yeah.
alpinists die
Yeah.
because it catches up with you.
Yeah, he died in the Himalaya, I think 3 years ago. Was around that.
In a crevasse.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but you're right, absolutely. But you know, again, transfer it to our protocols. First of all, I want to take away the fear from you that you can harm with this system. You cannot, you know, because like I said, the applied energy here, the applied energy contains of the waveform, the frequency, and the intensity, is so natural that you cannot create a negative artificial effect. The only thing what you might create is, and this is sometimes misunderstood as a side effect, is a so-called healing reaction. And that usually happens only with people suffering from something chronic. Something which is inside yourself over a long time. And think about this, when you suffer from a chronic disease, and you look back to the time when this disease started, it was first acute, right? Because it flared up, it was there, and then for some reasons you couldn't control it, you couldn't find the cause, and because of our body is a miracle, the body is capable of, even if you don't find the cause for an acute problem, that it can manage this situation on a certain level, which we know as chronic. It bothers you, but it doesn't kill you. But it bothers you. So, and now imagine you apply something holistic, exactly for that particular problem. And you apply that with a very, very noisy approach, meaning of high intensity. What's going to happen? You activate the healing process. And if you do this very quickly, you will reach very quickly from chronic the acute peak again. And this acute peak you're gonna reach increases your symptoms again, and then you think something is wrong with the therapy because it's getting worse. Right? Which is totally nonsense, because it's actually the best sign that you are on the healing path. Because every chronic disease, when it starts healing in the meaning of really healing, not maintaining, will always become acute again before it heals. And this, and if you approach this with very high intensities, with a very noisy approach, then you will reach this peak quicker comparing to the gentle approach, applying lower intensities. Then it will take longer, but it will be more pleasant or less uncomfortable. But this is the only reason. But this so-called side effect, what people usually identify as a side effect, is not a side effect. It is actually a healing reaction.
And the heart rate variability monitor, that's the beauty of it, right? So when my thing goes up to 400 for a minute and comes down, I didn't have to think about it. I didn't sit at 400 forever. And
You don't even feel it when you lie on it. You just see it afterwards when you check the graph. Huh? Exactly. By the way, this graph on your IMRS Prime, for all the people who own one, this graph from your sensor, people always tell me, what does my graph say? Am I healthy? Am I good? Am I bad? It doesn't say anything about your health. Not at all. It just tells you what the system did during an application, how the intensity went up and down, and it displays you the evaluated heart rate variability to it. But it has absolutely nothing to do with your personal health situation. It's just the proof of what the autopilot did during your application, whether your HRV went up and down, and whether the intensity followed it. That's all. Don't interpret something out of it. Yeah, if you constantly have flat graphs, you either forgot to plug in your sensor or you might have a real problem, because people who don't have any fluctuation in heart rate variability, they usually have a pathological situation with their heart in terms of serious stuff. But only if you never have any variation, I would become concerned and seek help in the classical medical field, because that's what they are good for. I'm not against classical medicine. The guy who took off my tumor, kudos to him. Without him, I would not be here anymore. Just to tell you, it's not everything bad in classical medicine. When it comes to remove things and replace things, amazing. When it comes to recovery and regeneration prevention, you don't have to speak to them. Because they have no education about that. By the way, you can also see here, this is quite interesting. This is PubMed. PubMed is a National Library of Medicine. That's usually where all these scientific studies are published. You know, those studies are all peer-reviewed, so they have quite a quality of a clinical study. And you can search on these in these libraries. I was looking for PEMF as a search term, and there you can see the published results from 1981 till nowadays. And you can see the interest in science in PEMF over the last 42 years, exactly. It's quite interesting. By the way, in 23 we don't have so many because we have beginning of May. So it's only 5 months. So alone with this term, which is, by the way, PEMF is not a certified term, but it's usually used for pulsed electromagnetic field technology. But I found a lot of additional studies about electromagnetic fields not using this term, just electromagnetic fields. So we have nowadays about 10,000 clinical papers about PEMF technology, which is quite impressive comparing to a lot of other modalities which are part of the classical medicine and cannot count on that amount and quality of evidence comparing to PEMF. By the way, we are applying now for a new Health Canada license for the IMRS Prime and for the Omnium One. And the good thing about Health Canada is they align very much to Europe with the so-called MDSAP quality management system, medical device single audit program, that's how it's called. So they approve this. And we will get an approval in Health Canada for our devices for pain relief, for wound healing, for bone healing, and for improving, increasing microcirculation. Those are the 4 indications, you know, where we get the medical approval from Health Canada because they align to Europe, and in Europe we already got this approval. Done by a clinical evaluation, by an independent. It's not done by us. So that tells you also that there is a lot of meat in that studies, which is very promising, and yeah, the interest is raising. And obviously here you can see a little bit the timeline. That's the system I bought at the time. Then well, that was not the system, it was an older one. It was called Salute One, the system I have. But we literally copied the old system. We just gave it another design, and then we started selling in 1995. The Salute One came out in 1993, and I bought it in 1994. That, by the way, was the most successful model. We alone sold about 65,000 units in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland in the year 2001. It was called the kidney because it looked a little bit like a kidney. Horrible design, big like crazy, you know, but it was very successful, you know. And yeah, the latest release from our side was the IMRS Prime, which is now completely microprocessor controlled, and I'm working on a new version of the Omnium One. We're gonna go the opposite way with the Omnium One because we figured out that we also need to take care more about the seniors and the elderly people. So we will come out with a new Omnium One, which will be very simple to use. You know, and where we're gonna put in a special operating surface for seniors and elderly people, so that they feel confident when they use PEMF. That's the idea, yes. And I told you today, the future is personalization. So my idea is really to skip these discussions we always have about, I have this indication and this, what do I, intensity and here and there. I think the next step is also to maybe to use genetic data in order to find out what we can do to align certain protocols, even certain waveforms or whatsoever, to the individual person. And I think that's probably the next challenge we already accepted, and that's probably the next generation of PMF devices. Also implementing more biofeedback information, because the sensor technology becomes more and more sophisticated. You know this from your Apple Watch, you know, or from any other smartwatch you use for fitness, for track your vitals, whatsoever. This is a pretty interesting field also, and this is the idea of, you know, getting more precise protocols for the individuum. You know, that's the idea.
Just speaking of precise protocols, the IRIS Prime trial has, we have the trial version on that you can set the frequency and the, you know, the parameters, the waveforms and things. Could you speak about that a little bit? You know, so have a trial and.
No, no, that's going too far. I can just tell you. Hold on. Wait. No. I'm so sorry. No. No. I tell you why. Because the trial version, the idea of the trial version was to provide PMF technology for science and research. You know, because when you want to do a clinical study with PMF, the people who conduct this, they always have to build a prototype. You know, they always have to start from scratch. And we decided to build a software inside where scientists and researchers can create any electromagnetic field they want by giving them all possibilities which are available to create an electromagnetic field, which is the waveform, which is the pulse length, which is the breaks between the pulses, which is the repetition rate of the pulse, and so on and so on. Something a normal person cannot deal with, you know? And believe it or not, even myself, I have no clue how to utilize the trial, and that's why I'm not able to offer you a training on that, because I cannot train you on this. Huh? Yeah, because it's like you know, it's like you provide, Apple provides their developer a platform to people who develop apps. So this allows scientists and researchers to play with it, and this allows also you to play with it. And you will not get a limitation from me because I have no clue, frankly speaking. I don't know if you use the whole body mat with a sawtooth, with or a square wave with 15 pulses, with 1 second breaks in between, and with a repetition rate of 51, and with, I have no idea because I have no reference. Very simple.
So that, like, when you click on the trial version and it's got, like, it does actually have like a basic parameter there, would that be kind of similar to what maybe is in?
No, there is no basic parameter. There is, first of all, you need to create a group when you open the trial. The group would be the no clue group. And then you have to create users inside that group. Number one is Wolfie because he has absolutely no clue. Okay, you type in Wolfie. And then you create your waveform. You create your signal. It asks you which kind of waveform we would like to use. Square wave, sawtooth, a trapezoid, sine wave, you know, those are all physical waveforms. Choose one.
What's the benefit of doing like full body math with the square wave? Because then your whole body gets the square wave healing qualities. So, and
Yeah, but the square wave is not as superior as the sawtooth. Actually, I would even learn you this now. If you do, you need a break? No, me neither. I took my supplements today. I can feel it, really. But I mean, that's the perfect topic now to start with this, you know. Because we are right in the middle of it. So, you know, because I wanted to speak with you a little bit about exactly what we are discussing now, you know. This was not originally what I wanted to write, because originally I wanted to write PEMF, a chaotic stochastic matrix of bullshit. But I said I could not write it, but I can say it, you know? And why I'm so offensive when I share this with you is, it's written here in white. Because, you know, you read about PEMF, it's just amazing, you know, what kind of information about PEMF is out. And it seems almost like PEMF is the holy grail of healing when you ask all your resources you have, you know? So the problem is, because it's not regulated. We are not within the classical medical system. So every information about PEMF, which people usually get from online resources, are made by people and uploaded by people who have no clue what they are uploading. Or they claim everything, or they are industry, or they are industry friendly, you know? They do their own studies. But you know what I mean, you know? And of course, we rely on these resources, because if we are interested in something, nowadays we don't go to the libraries anymore. No, we ask Auntie Google, because she knows everything. And then we get results. And I figured out, when you ask a search machine about PEMF, well, that sounds all really great, you know, what you read about that. And it also depends in which country you are. And it also depends in which language you ask. The results are totally different, you know? But no matter what, to me, that's my personal feeling is that whenever you research something about PEMF, that sounds really cool. It's good stuff, you know, it helps for a lot. So, yeah, because we rely on these resources here. Google research, Google search, social media. I call it the know-it-all university. And we have people, they are literally, Google is everything. I told you, I Googled it, I found it, I told you, it's here, it's written here. You know, conspiracy, Google it. Oh, it's here, I saw it. You know, and then you look, it refers to an article which was 15 years ago. You know, and we do that automatically because we don't think about that anymore. You know, but just be aware, everything you search and find on Google was uploaded before by people like you and me. And it's not validated. A clinical study uploaded on PubMed, it's validated because it's peer-reviewed. You know, if I do a blog about PEMF and tell people, since I use PMF, you know, I produce babies every year. And I'm doing it smart. I use some keywords. Maybe I invest some money to post the blogs on the certain areas where it should be posted. Bam, it becomes reality. And then, you know, well, did you see that blog? PMF, as a man, forget about Viagra. Take the pillow. You know? Use the pillow until 400. When it falls down, it works. So, this is the big problem about many modalities out of the non-classical medicine, that most of the information is not validated. And you have to be aware of that. That there is so much nonsense online, which makes it hard for us to determine what is right, what is wrong, what is true, what is false, you know. And with PMF, it's, I mean, it's unbelievable. Mostly also because a lot of companies, they just make any kinds of claims which are totally against the law, but on the internet, everything is available. And we have a new trend, which is called artificial intelligence. Maybe you heard about ChatGPT. Yeah. ChatGPT is, this is gonna be big, I tell you. This is gonna be huge. I did a little test, okay? I asked ChatGPT. Obviously, I asked them, what do you know about PMF? The good thing about ChatGPT is you can talk to this bot. It's not like Google, where you just type in something. It's totally without emotion, Google. Here you can at least ask a question to something. So I ask ChatGPT, which is just an online platform. You can sign up for free, it doesn't cost anything. And it's a quite sophisticated artificial intelligence system. And I ask, what do you know about PMF? And this is the answer it came up. Which is comparing to Google, ad-free. You don't have the first 5 hits paid by companies. And it's comprehensive, meaningful sentences. Right? You can read it. It sounds, and it's pretty decent information. Yeah, and also there is nothing wrong in this explanation. It's not everything 100% right, but there is nothing wrong. So this is the next big thing when it comes to retrieving information from the internet. And in Toronto, you know, we did a little try. I'm not sure. Do we have internet here? Give me. Come on, let's try that. ChatGPT. I think I opened it. Do we have it somewhere? Exactly. Wait. It's for all who never tried it. Let's try something. It's pretty cool. Okay, we did I just want to explain you how this artificial intelligence works, okay? So, let's create a quick fairy tale, okay? A story. So I tell this artificial intelligence, write a fairy tale with the following, let's say, words. It understands everything. So we need a name. Who is gonna? No, he's gonna give me a real name from some. No, not me. Not me. No fairy tales about Wolfgang. Wolfgang is pure reality here in front. Sarah, can you give me something what I can write here? Okay. No, we take Sarah. Is somebody? Do we have a Sarah here? Whom we have here? We take Kathy. Okay, let's take Kathy. So, Kathy, what is your favorite dish?
Ice cream.
Ice cream. Okay, let's take ice cream.
Anybody who knows me, if I didn't say that, wouldn't know I was lying.
And what's your favorite hobby? She's like,
Kundalini yoga.
okay, yoga.
Yoga, okay.
Okay, yoga. What's your favorite animal? I ask him. Come on. Something creative.
Gotta go with ice cream, Kathy, and yoga.
Tiger. Tiger. And now we need at least one nasty word. Not too nasty, but maybe government. One dirty word. Kitchen. Okay, government. Okay. Government. Let's see if it reacts on that. Okay, and then maybe we need some. Let's have an accident. An accident. And then maybe we put in therapy because that's why we are here. PMF, I think you will not understand it. And maybe one last word should be mountains. Let's say a place in the mountains. Okay. The only thing you have to do is press a button. And artificial intelligence will create a fairy tale. Very quick. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Kathy, and now it's gone.
Yes, and I hear it.
Yes. So for all the people who cannot read it, once upon a time, there was a young girl named Kathy who lived in a small village at the foot of a mountain range. Kathy loved to explore the great outdoors and often went on hikes with her parents. One day while on a hike, Kathy stumbled upon a clearing where an ice cream truck was parked. She was thrilled to see the colorful treats and eagerly approached the truck, but as she reached out to grab an ice cream, she accidentally stepped on a loose rock and tumbled down a steep hill. When she finally stopped rolling, Kathy found herself in a dense forest with no sign of her parents or the ice cream truck. As she wandered through the woods, she suddenly heard a loud roar and saw a huge tiger approaching her. Kathy was terrified, but she remembered the yoga lessons she had taken and decided to stay calm. The tiger approached her slowly, but as it got closer, it suddenly collapsed and started convulsing. Kathy realized that the tiger was having an epileptic seizure and immediately called the government agency responsible for wildlife in the area. They dispatched a team of experts to the scene, and after assessing the tiger's condition, they decided to take it to a nearby therapy center where it could receive proper care. As a reward for her bravery, the government officials offered to take Kathy on a guided tour of the nearby mountains. She jumped at the opportunity and spent the next few days exploring the beautiful scenery with her new friends. When she returned home, Kathy was hailed as a hero, and she became an advocate for animal welfare and conservation. She continued to practice yoga and often visited the therapy center to check on the tiger, which had made a full recovery thanks to the expert care it received. And so Kathy lived happily ever after, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the knowledge that she had made a positive impact on the world. This is scary, huh? This is scary, huh? And it took 10 seconds, huh? And literally, you can ask anything you want. Anything you want. And that's why I decided to ask another question. Because the next question, I was really intrigued what it will say. Which PMF device is the best? Very diplomatic answer. I was a little bit disappointed. As an AI language model, I cannot recommend a specific PMF device as the best, as the effectiveness of a device may depend on various factors, including individual needs, health conditions, and personal preferences. It's essential to do thorough, blah, 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 blah. So, again, a pretty decent answer, right? It makes sense. Nothing wrong with it. It even mentions, what I was really surprised, some factors to consider when evaluating PMF devices include the intensity and frequency range of the device, the type of waveform it produces, the number of coils, and so on. So, more or less, everything you need to look into a PMF device to determine whether it's good or not is listed here. So, this is completely different to Google search and find. You figured it out, right? So, that's a quite intuitive way. And this is the next generation of search machines. Definitely. And it's already so sophisticated that you should definitely start working with that, you know? And get into that, because this is the next big thing when it comes to search for information. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Exactly. Even in different languages. That's already possible. You know, they can make me speak Italian without speaking one word Italian, and you will not even figure that out, because the entire phonetics will sound exactly like I'm sounding. For all the professionals, usually the professional staff, they don't search on Google. When they want to find out about a therapy or a modality, they usually check into clinical studies. Clinical studies, we have two types. We have the so-called industry-friendly studies, very common in PMF devices. You know, be aware that if a company presents studies which are done by themselves, they know already the outcome before they conduct the study. And the value is not only questionable, my opinion, it's misleading and makes no sense. You know, independent studies you can find on PubMed, you can find on the National Medicine Libraries of Medicine. Usually you look for peer-reviewed and conducted by any independent source who does not have an industry or financial interest. Those are the studies you can rely on. The PMF devices from Swiss Bionic are all based on basic physical studies of low-pass electromagnetic fields and their impact on human organisms or animals. Speaking of, we never did a study with one of our devices because we rely on the basic studies in terms of which waveforms are used in those studies, which intensities, which frequencies, and then copy that and carry that over into our technology. This is how our systems evolved since almost 30 years. Basic, groundbreaking science, which is not related to brands or devices, but which is related to the properties of a pulsed electromagnetic field. And there are several links. If you want to make a picture, you can type in these links at home, and there you can look for PMF studies. You're going to find a lot about that. Yes, it's also built in for all the reps. For all the reps who never visited their back office, do it, because there is a nice 6-7 hour certification course on video where you learn everything about PMF, the background, you learn everything about brainwave entrainment, about the use of the sensor, etc., etc. It's very easy to find if you can make it to enter your back office. So what is it, PMF, and what do we actually really need to know about it? I mean, this is the question here. You know, there are 5 parameters in a PMF device which determines the efficiency and the benefits. And those 5 parameters are the waveform, or the so-called signal shape, the field strength, which is the volume, the intensity of the field, the frequency, which is the radio station, remember, and the capability of creating resonance with the receiver. And at the end, there is always a stage we would like to achieve, and we call that coherence. Coherence is nothing else than the situation when parts of something fit together in a rational, in a reasonable and natural way. Meaning of those first four properties, waveform, field strength, frequency, and resonance, they have to align to each other in order to create coherence. And when we create this coherence, we can create the best effect out of it. It has to work together. And that's why a high intensity without implementing the other important properties may not make a difference. It always has to work together in a coherent way. All five must be fine-tuned to produce health-promoting effects and avoid negative effects. So let's look at the waveforms. This is a waveform we use in the IMRS Prime and Omnium 1 when you turn on the whole body mat. It's a so-called sawtooth waveform. By the way, very important, we only use physically proven waveforms. That means clean waveforms which are also documented in physics. I tell you this because there are competitors on the market. They have so-called patented signals, which are, my opinion, GMO modified waveforms with no explanation of why they do it and how they do it, and they are also not documented in physics. So they cannot rely on basic physical research. They can only rely on what they tell you they probably would like to achieve with that kind of waveform. Frankly speaking, it's the same me creating a protocol in the trial version of IMRS Prime.
Is that a solfeggio? Is that another waveform?
The solfeggio is not a waveform. Solfeggio is a certain pattern of single frequencies. And they are defined. You know solfeggio 9, the scale. It's 9 single frequencies. If you Google or ask ChatGPT about solfeggio, it will tell you exactly what it is. It's 9 different frequencies, and if you use them, they will be applied one after the other with a sine wave, because here we don't want to create harmonics over waves. We want a single pure frequency at a time. And that's why we use, for the solfeggio program, we use a waveform which we usually don't use in our systems, because a sine wave doesn't create harmonics. But in this particular FASTA program, we use sine waves because we want to apply a pure frequency at a time. So the triple sawtooth we use has a very, very interesting property which seems to work very good when you apply PEMF to a human organism. And this is the so-called abrupt fall time and the very, very sharp rise time of a electromagnetic waveform. So in other words, the faster the impulse rises and the faster it drops, the more induction it creates at the peak, and that seems to excite the cellular structure in the very best way, in the meaning of creating the fastest and most efficient resonance. A single sine wave, which has not a very, very, very sharp rise and fall time, which is very linearly increasing, and then it has a peak, and then it slowly decreases again. Nothing compared to this. For you, 80% of all existing PEMF devices in the market, including all competitors of Swiss Bionic, still use sine waves. The reason why they do it, because it's very easy and very cheap to manufacture. the efficiency is by far not the same like a sawtooth. The other thing is, a sawtooth waveform is capable of creating even and uneven overwaves, so-called harmonics. A sine wave does not create any harmonics, so you don't create any additional frequencies on top of the carrier frequency with a sine wave, meaning that if you want to apply a lot of information from the system to the body, and you can only apply one frequency at a time by using a sine wave, it takes forever to introduce all the frequencies. You would have to lie on a system for hours and days utilizing sine wave, transporting the same amount of frequencies in only 8 minutes with a triple sawtooth, how we do it. The problem of sawtooth and triple sawtooth, it's very, very difficult to create such waveforms from an engineering and physical perspective. And it takes a lot of engineering, a lot of programming to create these very precise pulse packages for those sophisticated and very complicated waveforms. And this is more or less where also the money is when it comes to development. Because, for example, we design our systems since the second generation with the same engineers. So they accompanied the whole development of our systems, and they, always improving the waveforms, making it more and more precise from the second generation till now. It's always the same people. And we also work with the same manufacturers of our applicators, of our circuit boards for the control unit and the connector box and the Omnium since more than 15 years.
Is that the guys at ROB?
Yes, yes, they still do everything, the whole electronics. Yeah, Kathy and Paul, they visited our manufacturing plant a couple years ago, right? You saw it. 2016 was it? Wow, yeah. So it's still the same place, so you know what I'm talking about. So for a whole body application, if you want to get the best out with PEMF, if you want to get the fastest results, the best, the highest resonance rate, the triple sawtooth waveform is the way to go. Because there, with the triple sawtooth, you create a huge amount of single frequencies. So you increase the probability of creating resonance with each of your 70 trillion cells. And any other waveform is not capable of doing this. Or it would take forever an application to run this. And that's why, with our systems, more than 24 minutes is just waste of juice. You don't need to do that. Because you get so many information, so many frequencies at a time by using these sophisticated waveforms. You know, after 24 minutes, the cell is done. It says, I have enough. And it will still not suffer if you would keep it going, because it's just not interested anymore. And that's why I always say you cannot overdose, because when you apply a quite natural, gentle, energetic information and the receiver is done, is already filled, then it just doesn't respond to it anymore. But it does not turn into something negative. So you cannot, and please remind this, with our system, you cannot harm. You cannot harm. The only negative reaction, and this I explained to you this already, is if you have something chronic and you want to reverse it, that you reach the acute healing peak. But you can definitely not harm with PEMF. At least not with our systems, because we are within an intensity and frequency range which gives you a 110% proven safety over 26 years. We never had to report a case in 26 years. And I hope it's going to stay like that. Yes, yes. Nobody has a triple sawtooth because it's just really sophisticated physics.
Is it fair to say other implants out there may use a square wave or a sine?
Not even that. Most of them use a sine wave. Yes. S- Pardon? But that's different, you know. Because in physics there is no, when it comes to inductive forces, there is no circular wave. You only have this waveform, and then you have a square wave and a sine wave. There's another waveform is a trapezoid waveform, but that's a mix of square wave and parts of sine waves with a correlation. But circular waves, that's must be a different faculty, but it's not within electromagnetic waves. You cannot create a circular wave with an electromagnetic field. Yeah, that's a sound wave is something different, but a sound wave is not electromagnetic. Because it's you know that a sound wave is a mechanical wave, and it's not electromagnetic. Yeah, but yeah, the drawing looks like this, but the field is not. No, it's not. Yeah, it's a different waveform actually. Yes. So, and then we have the square wave. We use the square wave. The square wave is also quite powerful because it has a very, very fast rise time, and it has also a very fast fall time, but it has a peak in between. Very fast rise, peak, very fast fall. And there is research out that tells you that, for example, this creates very good effects when it comes to pain relief. So a square wave promotes the immediate release of endorphins. And therefore, it's quite pain relieving. And this is a discovery which led us to the decision that our local applicators, the pillow and the spot, and by the way, all what I tell you in terms of waveforms and applicators applies for the IMRS prime and Omnium 1 equally. The signal which is coming out from the Omnium and IMRS are totally identical. So in times of beneficial performance, there is no difference. Very important to understand. And then there is the sinusoidal wave, which is the least effective waveform. It was the choice number 1 50 years ago, when the other waveforms were not existing because they were very hard to be created. But the sine wave has a disadvantage because it really gradually increases and then gradually decreases. So there is no real fast rise and fall. You know, it's actually, if I translate it into lay terms, it's a quite boring signal for our cells. Comparing to this one here, there is a lot of excitement going on. There is always this, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, yeah? And here we have this, I love you, I love you. Quite boring, huh? So after a while, our cells get not excited anymore and there is no resonance effect.
So wearing a jewelry and stuff when you're with these things, does it interfere? If you're on the mat, they have to wear jewelry on?
If you talk to I would say if you talk to a physical engineer, he will probably tell you, I could prove with a Fourier analysis that the electromagnetic field around your ring is different from the electromagnetic field coming out of the coil, but I don't think so. I don't think so. This is the signal is too weak and in the same time too natural that it would create any interference with some bracelets or whatsoever. You know, when you go in an MRI, they tell you to remove it, but not because it interferes, it's because it gets really hot because the electromagnetic induction is so high in the intensity. You know, just to give you an idea, the electromagnetic field intensity coming out of an MRI is about 100,000 times stronger than lying on a whole body applicator. We compare about 50 microtesla to 5 Tesla. So that's a factor of 1 to 100,000. So there is, you know, there is a, like I said, you can probably measure something, but at the beginning I always said, remove everything. In the meantime, after being so many years in that field and collecting so much feedback, I wouldn't recommend it anymore. It's not necessary.
Can I ask one question about your square tooth, right? I've always told people this is where you can stay on it for longer than 8.5 minutes and actually get benefit from that.
From what? From the
Square wave?
from the square wave?
From our accessories, right?
Yeah. Oh, it was too fast. This one here.
That one.
Yeah.
That one you can go on for the whole
Yeah.
hour and you're not.
You can use the square wave also for 60 minutes. You know, there is always a certain limit when there is no response anymore, when there is no resonance anymore. You know, but it's not proven when this happens because again, it might be different in you, in me, in you, because we have different bodies, we have different metabolisms. We have different stages of health whatsoever. So nothing applies to everybody. At the end, it stays always a little bit individual. Yeah, and then this is a Tesla coil, by the way. You know, you can see it. So if you run current through this coil, then you create an electromagnetic field around it, and this coil, which you see the flat coil here, this is more or less exactly what's built in our applicators. You have 2 coils in the little spot, one on each side. You have 2 bigger coils in the pad or the pillow, and you have 6 coils in a whole body mat. And those 6 coils in our body mats, they have a different amount of windings. They are divided in 3 pairs, and one end with lower amount of windings, increasing to the other end with high amount of windings. The idea behind is that the electromagnetic field intensity on our whole body applicator is not equal. It is increasing from the head to the toe. And that's why you always have to place your head on our whole body applicators where the cord is coming out. The cord is coming out is the pair of coils with the lower amount of windings. And the idea is the intensity must be lower because this is the area where the more sensitive receptors of our entire bodies are placed. And towards the feet, it increases. And it, by the way, it's also exactly the concept how we're gonna receive the Earth magnetic field. Because it's always a little bit higher intense on the bottom, and it loses intensity towards our head. So, and with intensities, it's also important that there is a certain intensity spectrum where we as human beings are receptive in terms of a holistic approach. Not talking about RTMS for specific areas where we really target a very high intensity towards a little tiny spot inside your body. I'm talking about a whole body exposure, right? And usually when you do whole body exposures, you cannot deal high intensities. Remember an MRI, that has to go quick. And people who set you up, they go out of the room because they cannot take this whole day. They would be well done in the evening because there's a lot of energy. And that's why, you know, a holistic approach with a full body holistic application, it requires low intensities. And it doesn't need high intensities. Our systems usually, they go up to about 70 microtesla, which is about 20 to 30% max over the intensity of the Earth magnetic field. So it's really not a very, very intense field. But it's not necessary. And groundbreaking research shows that low intensities, for example, I just recently saw another new study for Parkinson patients, which again prove all the studies I know. I know a lot about Parkinson and PMF because my father was suffering from Parkinson for 17 years. And it was horrible, I tell you. Horrible 17 years. But I tried to do my best to contribute as good as I could. And I was studying a lot about PMF and Parkinson. And there is a scientist, his name is Sandick, and he did a lot of studies with PMF and Parkinson. And he proved, and now listen, this is so remarkable, the best response of Parkinson patients on PMF is when you apply intensities in the picotesla range. This is about 100 times lower what we do. This is almost not measurable. Picotesla. This is really, it's a tiny, tiny intensity.
Is that below the sensitive setting?
Yes, it's even below the sensitive setting. And the best response, if you really look through the study, when it comes to create a decreasing tremor, decreasing muscle spasm, all this stuff which comes with Parkinson, the best results with intensities in the picotesla range. And with frequencies in the low, very low frequency range, between 0.5 and 25 hertz, which is, by the way, exactly the biological window we respond. So that's very interesting, you know? And that's why, again, less is often more when it comes to energy medicine. Never forget this. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, take care. Take care. Have a good night. Yeah, I know. I'm over the time. But I had to answer so many questions. We're almost done. Just 2 more hours. Joke. No. Then we have frequency. Frequency is expressed in hertz. Another German guy, Heinrich Hertz. Hertz is the value for frequency. 1 frequency is 1 hertz. 1 hertz is 1 cycle per second. 25 hertz, 25 cycles per second. The frequency rate is always measured from one peak to the next. Here to here, 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 and so on. This is how you measure frequency. Desirable cellular functions can be perfectly stimulated with electromagnetic pulses. Remember, a static magnet does not excite our cell. It has to pulse. It has to be interesting information. It has to be a powerful content in terms of having peaks, having ups, having downs. You know, having volume peaks in between. So the more exciting the applied signal, the higher the capability of resonating to it. And this guy, Ross Ade, he did some remarkable, groundbreaking studies on so-called biological windows. He researched a lot with exposing certain frequencies to human living organisms and see within which frequency spectrum there was a response in terms of cell division, in terms of tissue growth, and all that, you know. And he figured out that between 0.5 and 30 hertz, there was the best response. Which is also interesting because, for example, in the carrier frequency in Canada for current is 60 hertz, which is already far away from what we are resonating with. You know, the carrier frequency of a mobile phone is 800 megahertz. 1 megahertz is a lot. It's 1 million hertz. 800 megahertz is 800 million cycles per second. It's nothing within the biological window. The carrier frequency of the Earth magnetic field, it's proven already. Another German guy, Klaus Pionzig, mathematician, he wrote a book, The Lattice Structure of the Earth Magnetic Field. And he calculated that the carrier frequency of the Earth magnetic field is exactly between 11.75 and 11.79 hertz, depending a little bit where you measure, on the magnetic poles or towards the equator. But the difference is very, very marginal. But the remarkable thing is that the frequency is exactly within that biological window. Look at the brain waves. Alpha, beta, delta, theta. We talk exactly about that window. So even our brain waves, they vibrate and they resonate with vibrations which are within that biological window. So whenever you want to have response from a living organism in terms of frequency, you better apply frequencies within that range. Because then you create resonance. Because that seems to be the information the body is understanding. If you go too high with the frequencies, no response or even bad response. Triple sawtooth waveforms produce, and now this is also cool about sawtooth waveforms, because they automatically not only produce their own frequencies, they also produce their equal and unequal harmonics. So you produce a whole bundle of frequencies within a very short period of time, and you increase the probability to create resonance. And you cannot do this with simple waveforms. You need very sophisticated waveforms for that. So, and now I show you an example about resonance. This is a video. It's a must-see because it will stay in your brain forever. This is done in a laboratory, and the idea behind this test was, and this video was, how to bring resonance to people, how to tell them how it works. What you're going to see right now, you're going to see 32 metronomes. You know what a metronome is? What the musicians use to stay in time, exactly. And those 32 metronomes, they are placed on a wooden plate. But the wooden plate isn't solid. It hangs on two cables. So it's actually vibrating. And what's going to happen? Let's have a look now. So those are the 32 metronomes, and now he starts the first one. It's this one behind here. And then they randomly start all the others. Remember, this one will start at first. And you can see that over time, the surface where the metronomes are, it's vibrating because it's not solid. So imagine that those are your cells, And this is the interstitial fluid. It's the water between your cells. And this is the pulsed electromagnetic field therapy. This is the whole body applicator. And now they seem to be really chaotic, but you will see after a couple seconds and maybe 1-2 minutes, they all start resonating with each other. They all go automatically in sync. They all align after the first one who gave the carrier frequency, who started to introduce the information. This is pretty cool, really. So you see, it's really they really start synchronizing with it. They go in resonance. That's how we say it. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, almost made it. But you know how it is in society. There is always this one guy. Right? This little fellow, you know. This is the medical doctor sitting in a PMF lecture. But it you know, eventually he's gonna lose because it just takes a little bit more time, and then we get him, you know. This is the Beamer representative. Just needs a little bit more, you know, frequency and you know, now we got him. This is the principle of resonance. You know, if you introduce an information which the receiver is capable of understanding it, it will take over the information and resonate with it. And you know what the cool thing is now about resonance? It will last. It will not change anymore. They are all aligned, and they will not go off sync anymore. Until about, speaking about of our cells, about 4 to 6 hours. This is actually how long this resonating effect will last, based on experience. And that's why 8 to 24 minutes is enough on a whole body mat. Exactly, because those 24 minutes will lead to the fact that the effect will be in place for at least 4 to 6 hours. So, in other words, doing a 24-minute PMF therapy will actually be the same like doing a PMF therapy for almost 6 hours. 24 minutes on the mat, the rest happens inside your body. Very fundamental, very profound. You know, and very powerful. Don't underestimate it. We underestimate PMF because we don't feel it. But it's not that we don't feel it. We don't sense it because we are too stupid to sense it. But our cells, they are very intelligent. They get the information and they deal with it. You know? And it's proven 100 times that it's going to work. Even if people don't believe in it. You know? It works. You know? Usually with chronic diseases, 1 year of chronic disease needs about 1 month of PMF. This is a rule that's more or less applies. Always exceptions, but it's quite a rule you can go for. 1 month of PMF, 2 times per day. By the way, here you can see we have another natural frequency, which you probably know. It's called the Schumann resonance. It's also a very, very specific frequency, 7.83 hertz. very stable, you know, and it's actually the carrier frequency between the surface of the Earth and the exit to the stratosphere. And this carrier frequency of the ionosphere is more or less regulating the weather, the lightning strikes, the spherics. It's all done by this frequency. And this frequency is also very low. It's within the biological window. And there's a reason for it, because we live on this planet and we adapted to it. So that means we can take this frequency for good. Whereas we cannot take those frequencies for good because they were introduced to our planet, the first ones 100 years ago with the invention of electricity. You know, 100 years history on our planet, it's nothing. It's even less than a blink of an eye, right? And before the invention of electricity, at least to our knowledge, there was never ever any artificial frequency on this planet. So we are actually doing this. We are doing things wrong, you know? And we hurt ourselves. And that's why we need PEMF. Aha, and here, this is the last part, and then you are really released. Those are, yeah, exactly. So what actually happens inside us when we get exposed to a pretty pleasant electromagnetic field? Well, all what happens within our cells. And the cell is our smallest intelligent building block. It's not our smallest item, which we contain of, because that's the atom, but the cell is actually the smallest intelligent building block. And believe it or not, every health, every disease is decided inside the cell, because everything is made of that. Everything is driven of that. And if you look at the human cell, it doesn't matter whether it's a heart cell, a kidney cell, a liver cell, a skin cell, whatsoever, the basic structure of every human cell is always identical. It contains of a nucleus, there is the DNA inside, it contains of a membrane. By the way, this membrane is permeable, so it lets stuff in and out. Usually it lets in the good stuff what we eat and drink. It absorbs it, and then it somehow changes it into energy, and it gets rid of all the waste which it produces during this energy creating process. And this energy production that takes place in these little blue fellows here. Here is a bigger picture. Those are the so-called mitochondria. Those are the less researched and in the same time most mysterious and exciting pieces of our entire organism. The cool thing about mitochondria, they have their own DNA. And yeah, believe it or not. And this DNA can be influenced by external stimuli. Speaking of, the DNA of the mitochondria is reacting on nutrients, is reacting on electric and magnetic stimuli, and is also reacting on almost everything what's coming from outside inside the cell. And the mitochondria is responsible inside our cell for turning all the fuel into energy. And this energy is called ATP, adenosine triphosphate. And adenosine triphosphate is the stuff which runs everything inside us. Without ATP, no energy. Without energy, no immune system, no metabolism, no cell division, nothing. Zero, death, over. So this is the crucial, well, this is probably the crucial element of our entire organism, which which determines Yeah, it's okay, you know. I'm good. It will not alter my DNA, and it will not change my ego. Yeah, yeah. Got you. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's why we from energy medicine, we believe whenever we speak about a disease, whenever we speak about an indication, whenever we speak about a health problem, it happens inside the cell. And that's why we narrow a disease down to a so-called mitochondrial dysfunction. Because everything what goes wrong inside here determines what we're going to develop. And unless you suffer from a mitochondrial disease or dysfunction, usually they work normally, you know. And I mentioned already, they have their own DNA, which is different from the DNA of your cell nucleus. And inside your cell nucleus is your genetic DNA. That means the one you cannot influence and change. The DNA in the mitochondria is the so-called environmental DNA. Epigenetics. You can have an influence on that. And that means you are not a victim of your own DNA in your mitochondria with respect to disease. Because you have possibilities and options to control that. And you do that with what you eat, what you drink. You know, your daily McDonald's hamburger, cheeseburger, your daily Coke with a lot of sugar on a daily basis, and so on and so on. That will lead to the effect that the quality of fuel is so low that it cannot be transformed into good ATP, which then results in mitochondrial dysfunction. Later, yeah, of course. Yeah. All the thoughts, everything. Yes. That's why, again, you know, it's so important to feed the good animal inside you. Right? Never forget this. So you can alter your environmental DNA by boosting your mitochondria. And how you do this? First of all, eat healthy, drink healthy, think healthy, move a lot, exercise, a lot of oxygen, good oxygen, drink good water, not the tap water with a lot of chlorine inside, you know, high quality water, hydrate yourself very well, and so on and so on. Those are the things. We not even talk about supplements. We just talk about, you know, what we do on a daily basis in our regular life. And it makes a whole difference what you eat, what you drink. You know, it's obvious. 80% of all chronic diseases are man-made diseases. We are responsible for that. We are guilty for that. Because we abuse our body, and we do it because our body can take so much, you know, that we think we can always take it a step further and take it a step further until we finally collapse. And it's not doable anymore. But by taking care of your diet, by taking care of your hydration, and by exercising, and by obviously, you know, not being exposed so much to artificial frequencies and intensities. Speaking of being on the phone every day for a couple of hours, using Bluetooth earphones and wearing them the whole day. This is suicide. You know, a Bluetooth wireless is 2.4 gigahertz. It's crazy. It literally fries your brain. You know?
How do we explain this to people easily? Like, tell them not to drive electric cars, tell them not to do these things.
there is scientific evidence. You know, there. By the way, there is a huge source. Canadian Magda Havas. Did you hear about her? Yeah. Yes, Magda Havas. Magda Havas. She's Trent University, and she did a lot of research on 4 and 5G, and she published a lot of studies. I think her website is still on magdahavas.ca or .com. There you can find a lot of evidence, and this you can share with the people whom you think you should share. No, of course they don't listen. You know, the problem is electrosmog is a silent death. Pardon? On what? On hearing aids? No, that's okay, because they have a very, very low, and they don't interact with well, and also, yeah, towers, and also not interact with an external device. You know, those are active devices which improve your hearing, but they don't interact with.
Bluetooth connected to technology.
Yeah. Yeah, but they are much lower from the intensity comparing to these active wireless earphones. But scientifically, they're also not healthy. Yeah, well, no, but here we have another situation, because here we need to determine whether the benefit beats the negative impact.
You're not old enough to remember what the 60s were about.
What do you mean?
Loud music and
Oh yeah, no, it was we do you think it was not loud in the 80s with the loud music? Yeah, believe me, it was. I think we had the bigger speakers than you had in the 60s. The Apple Watch is pretty cool. I tested it. So there is not much going on. Yeah? Yeah, not too harmful. And for example, I don't use the active one with the SIM card, and I have it always on flight mode. You can get everything out what you want with the Apple Watch without disabling the flight mode. So you can enable flight mode. You have everything you need. The sensors are working, the time, everything. And the Apple Watch is pretty good when it comes to electromagnetic exposure. We measured a lot of watches, and the Apple Watch is actually the best of the worst. So far, what we tested, you know, and the worst watches. We don't have a Micmac handy here, right? No. Dale, do we have a Micmac handy here? You know that. I'm sure Dale has. You have even something better, huh?
Yeah, so the RF, so that's the RF radiation, the RF.
No, that's the magnetic.
Yeah, so this would be the RF. So that's
Check it off the microphone.
yes, you can use
You talk into it.
yeah, so
One. Cha. I'm not sure. What I want to check. Does somebody have a watch with a built-in battery? Not a Swiss watch? Well, we will see.
It's definitely a cheap old watch. Yeah, it's not one of the.
There's no Bluetooth in it.
That's pretty okay. But with the, I cannot make it hearable like with the Micmac. But it's okay. But usually when you have a watch with a built-in battery, When you have a watch with a built-in battery, those are the worst ones. Because they really give you an impulse every second. Bow, bow, bow. A regular watch with a built-in battery, like this. Those are the worst. The best are the Rolex, because they are mechanical and they are Swiss, by the way. And you so Swiss military. Well, is there a battery inside? If there are a battery inside, all these watches which contain of battery, even the analog look like, they are not good. They really create an impulse every second. Pardon? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Life is easier without a watch because, who cares? Yes. Okay. So, those are all the symptoms. Even heart, liver, kidney diseases, gastrointestinal disorders, diabetes, lack of energy, poor sleep, cancer, this might depend on your mitochondria. When your cellular function is not working properly anymore, when your metabolism does not work properly anymore, when you supply wrong, toxic stuff to your cells, you should not be surprised to develop one of these diseases. And the good news is, everything what can be addressed to change the stage, remember the mitochondria has its own DNA and it still can be altered. It's not genetic, it's epigenetic. That means you can reverse those situations by doing the right thing. To what extent depends how long the situation already exists. But in general, metabolism and every process which is related to it can be improved, no matter in which stage you are. And that's why we usually face good results when you introduce PEMF, ideally together with good supplements or good food nutrition, a proper food intake in general, a healthy lifestyle. Hydration is very important. Remember the 32 metronomes. The better they can vibrate on that surface, which, if you look inside you, is the interstitial fluid between your cells. The better you are hydrated, the easier for the cells to resonate and to move itself. So that's very important. And nowadays it is estimated that 85% of modern diseases have to do with mitochondrial dysfunctions, not genetics. So that means 85% of these diseases, they can be still addressed. It's not done. You can do something. And if you have a poor functioning mitochondrial system, that means that you will be diseased, for sure, already, in any way. Dr. Gary Ryan, he is very well known as the energy doctor based on research that was done at Yale. He said it's apparent that just about any pathology in the body is preceded by a drop in cell charge. Very important, we talk about cellular charge. Now we have technology that will reach down to the level of a cell. I like the way how he says it. It will reach down to the level of a cell, meaning it will reach down to the smallest building block, to the spot where everything starts to go good or worse. And we're down to the level of a cell that has lost charge, and due to the characteristic of a pulse, bring back that charge to normal or a normal situation, which allows it to replicate and produce a more normal cell. And now you have to understand one more thing. Each cell inside your organism has a programmed death. That's what we call aging. So that means each cell inside you has a defined certain amount of numbers, how many times this cell can be replicated until it finally dies. We know that when we arrive at this planet, we arrive with a very smooth skin. You know, we keep that for quite amount of time, and then suddenly the skin is not becoming so smooth anymore. You know, we go on vacation, we have a sunburn, we come home. It doesn't heal as good as it was healing maybe when we were younger. Overall, you know, we become smaller. The older we become, why do we become smaller? Because we lose more cells than we are capable of replicating. That's the reason why we become smaller. You know? And that's what we call aging. I cannot give you one good news about aging because there is none. Wisdom, yeah. But yeah. But wisdom without wrinkles would be also nice, right? But there's really nothing exciting about aging, because the problem is, and this is the essence of life, that there is only one thing which we know for sure, that we will be not here on this planet forever. And the older you become, the more obvious it is, right? And me personally, I just don't like it. You know, I have I cannot find anything positive in it. Maybe also because I love life. That also makes a huge difference, you know. You know, if you care every day, if you go through the world with open eyes, with open ears, you know, if you are communicative, if you talk to people, if you seek conversation, communication, just if you have a good relationship and you enjoy it on a daily basis, those are the things that makes it quite nice to live, you know. And the older you become, the more you realize, now I'm already over 50%, over 60% of my expected lifetime, and it sucks. I tell you, it really sucks. Aging sucks, right? There's nothing exciting about that, you know. And you know, pathologically, the reason why it sucks is because every cell has a certain defined amount, how many times it can replicate before it finally dies, and it cannot be replicated anymore. So this is something we cannot change, but we can change the time until this replication takes place within these certain cycles. And obviously, the less we care about a cycle, meaning eating bad stuff, drinking alcohol, smoking a lot, whatsoever, you know, this is all stuff which finally ends up in your mitochondria and probably leads to the fact that the cycle is shorter than expected, you know, and then you lose that certain period. And then maybe you have 10 cycles left. And if you don't use the brake and change this whole thing, well, you will age quicker. You know, it will reflect in how you look, it will reflect in how you think, how you act, and it will definitely also reflect in a shortened lifetime. Because that's just how it works. You know, and as long as we do not find the Holy Grail yet, how we can reverse that process, because that's actually the Holy Grail of longevity, is to either indefinitely extend these reproduction cycles of the cells, or just create a halt on losing a cell structure before it replicates. As long as this is not possible, aging sucks. You know, and it will always end with death. Period. That's how it is, you know. But, like I said, everything in between is on us. You know, and everybody has a choice. And I don't want to preach to people, you know, look at you, if you do this, if you keep on doing this, you will end up. I know people, they feel very comfortable in that situation. They don't want to change it. Like the people, you know, like you said, how can I reach out to these people and convince them not to sleep with their phone or whatever, you know? To some you can, to some you can't, you know? The problem is with all this stuff, it's quite a silent death. And we human beings, we are programmed like, if it doesn't hurt right away, give me more of it, you know? And usually when it hurts, it's already too late. I know what it means, because I was diagnosed with cancer when I was 26, and I didn't feel anything. It didn't hurt. It didn't bother me. You know, I was just diagnosed with it. So I got proof by ultrasound, and then by taking out a tumor here with the size of a fist. And I did not even feel one thing. You know, nothing. No pain, nothing, I tell you, you know. So the very weird thing about my cancer experience is that I never felt this cancer. Because until they took the tumor out, I didn't feel anything. When they took the tumor out, I didn't feel anything anymore. You know, everything I felt was just numbers and pictures. But me personally, and then obviously the problems which came with the therapy. Yeah, exactly, the chemotherapy and losing 40 kilos in 6 months. But not because of the cancer, it was because of the toxins. But the cancer per se, I never met him. You know, I never met him, I never experienced him. And that's so brutal about this disease, you know. Anyway, all health is cell health and always has been. And remember, this is your smallest building block. Treat it nicely. And if you do that, you have a high chance to extend these replication cycles and eventually create a little bit more longevity for yourself and also for the people you are reach out to, explaining what I explained to you today. So, what does PEMF here? Is very simple. PEMF creates a pulsating electromagnetic field, and it increases the membrane potential of each cell. And by increasing this membrane potential, the cell is capable of absorbing more minerals, more nutrients, more oxygen, and change it into more energy, ATP. And this is a very, very powerful and profound therapeutic procedure. Actually, within the faculty of energy medicine, I'm not speaking even about classical medicine because they have nothing for that, but within the faculty of energy medicine, there is nothing more profound and nothing more powerful than a low-pulsed electromagnetic field therapy. PEMF. There is nothing more powerful and profound than that, because it creates an effect in each of your 70 trillion cells, increasing the membrane potential, and immediately kicks in to improve your entire metabolism and to mitochondrial function, which leads to a better output and production of ATP, which leads to more energy. By the way, in the meantime, this membrane potential is measurable. And it's quite remarkable, because the measurings were done already, that, for example, a regular cell of a human being, a healthy cell, has an electromagnetic, electric potential of about minus 70 millivolt. So that's the minus 70 millivolt, that's the potential measured inside, because a human cell is always negatively loaded inside and positively loaded outside. And for example, the cell of the heart, has a membrane potential of around minus 120 millivolts. So by far higher comparing to the average membrane potential of a regular body cell. And funny thing, there is no heart cancer in the world. Heart cancer doesn't exist. Because the heart cell works on such a high electromagnetic potential, it never can turn into something malignant. It's just doing its job, you know? So, from an energetic standpoint, a cell can only turn into something malignant if it reaches a critical value in terms of membrane potential. And they started measuring cancer cells, and cancer cells were always equal or below minus 35 millivolt. So that means when the charge of a not so healthy cell diminished and reaches a critical threshold, then it is capable of turning into something malignant. And only then. And this is always the fight between classical medicine and energy medicine, because classical medicine always looks on the chemical processes, and we look on the energetic processes. You know, I can tell you one thing: no human cell would create any chemical reaction or action without energy. So there is no chemistry without energy. And now tell me what's more important. It's the energy. You know? And that's it. And with a PEMF device, with from us, with a IMRS Prime or a Omnium One, you literally can charge your cells every day using a low frequency device. And important is that that device matches the biological window of a human cell frequency. And that, you know, leads to just all the effects I just told you. That's just the process, but I covered all this already. Summary of PEMF: it stimulates cellular activity, promotes neural regeneration and brain function, improves neuromuscular function, increases blood circulation in and around damaged tissue. It improves microcirculation, increases supply of oxygen, increases ATP production, stimulates RNA and DNA production. It accelerates protein biosynthesis by electron and energy transfer. It increases calcium transport and absorption for stronger bones, joints, and muscles. It enhances cellular and tissue elasticity with increased collagen production. Accelerates protein biosynthesis by electron. I did this. I think I copied this 2 times. Maybe that it looks more powerful. No, I didn't. Let me see. Here we were. It stimulates cellular repair mechanisms. This is, by the way, the mechanism which is responsible for wound healing. It accelerates detoxification. Very important. If you do detox, always apply PEMF, because it greatly supports any detox. Remember, increasing cell membrane potential not only absorbs the nutrients better, it also gets, you know, better way for the waste out of the cell. It decreases swelling, inflammation, and pain, boosts the immune system by improving the rolling and adhesion behavior of white blood cells. Those are all proven by studies, these effects here, and supports body's internal self-healing and self-regulating mechanisms. And we don't know how it, because most of people don't feel anything when they lie on a PEMF. That's why we have this little animation. That's probably how it looks like if electromagnetic fields would be visible. This is what you experience when you lie on a whole body mat, literally, what you see here. Other than that, I think mission completed from my side. If you have still questions, Dale, what are we going to do now? We do some sharing of Setting of the. Thank you, first of all. Thank you very much.